Bună ziua încă o dată și vreau să mulțumesc tuturor participanților, stimată doamnă secretar de stat, stimate domnule...
Yes, I can hear it.
Alfonso Marzal. Vă mulțumim foarte mult pentru prezență în cadrul acestui eveniment important, organizat de Oficiul Național Erasmus Plus împreună și în colaborare cu Ministerul Educației și Cercetării Republicii Moldova. Seminarul de astăzi este dedicat unei tematici extrem de importante pentru instituțiile de învățământ superior din Republica Moldova. Această direcție, învățarea bazată pe cercetare, este una din direcțiile care ar permite modernizarea învățământului superior din Republica Moldova și alinierea la standardele europene. Evenimentul de astăzi, care în termeni tehnici se numește Technical Assistant Missions, deci o misiune de asistență tehnică, presupune, se înscrie în cadrul evenimentelor anuale organizate de către Oficiul Erasmus Plus, în cadrul activităților experților în reforma învățământului superior, pentru a susține reforma în învățământul superior. Și de aceea suportul Ministerului Educației și Cercetării, în primul rând, este extrem de important și de aceea suntem foarte bucuroși să avem astăzi doamna secretar de stat cu un cuvânt de salut. Doamna Adriana Cazacu, vă ofer cuvântul cu mulțumire pentru prezența dumneavoastră.
Și eu vă mulțumesc foarte mult, stimată doamnă Melinte. Onorată asistență, permiteți-mi în numele Ministerului Educației și Cercetării să vă salut cordial în cadrul seminarului Predarea bazată pe cercetare, instrument pentru asigurarea calității și competitivității, cooperării, universitate-business. Este frumos și simbolic faptul că astăzi, 10 noiembrie, de Ziua Internațională a Științei pentru Pace și Dezvoltare, se desfășoară un asemenea eveniment care pune accentul pe cercetare. În numele participanților îl salutăm respectuos pe expertul internațional, domnul Alfonso Marzal, de la Universitatea din Extremadura din Spania. Vă mulțumim, stimate domn, pentru deschiderea dumneavoastră de a susține acest seminar de formare și de a împărtăși din experiența dumneavoastră valoroasă privind corelarea dintre predare și cercetare. Bineînțeles că adresăm mari mulțumiri Oficiului Național Erasmus Plus Moldova, care a asigurat logistic organizarea acestui seminar și cu care Ministerul Educației și Cercetării are o colaborare frumoasă, o colaborare fructuoasă în ceea ce privește implementarea în Republica Moldova a Programului Uniunii Europene Erasmus Plus. Vorbind despre implementarea programului Erasmus Plus în Republica Moldova, dar și altor programe ale Uniunii Europene, precum programul Orizont, programele pentru tineret, le putem califica pe toate drept istorii de succes pentru Republica Moldova. Ori, participarea instituțiilor de învățământ superior din Republica Moldova în cadrul programului Erasmus Plus este una foarte importantă și benefică pentru modernizarea sistemului educațional de cercetare din țară. Am înregistrat succese frumoase în ediția programului Erasmus Plus 2014-2020 și am fermă convingere că în noua fază a programului, cea pentru perioada 2021-2027, vom avea și mai multe deschidere din partea tuturor actanților acestui program. Realizările noastre comune sunt frumoase, sunt grăitoare și ele pot fi exemplificate prin date statistice, prin rezultate concrete. Voi menționa în cele ce urmează câteva dintre acestea, cele mai relevante rezultate înregistrate în perioada 2014-2020. Așadar, avem în vedere 21 de proiecte de consolidare a capacităților în învățământul superior cu participarea universităților din țară, 22 de proiecte Jean Monnet implementate, peste 600 de proiecte de mobilitate internațională de credite, peste 3600 mobilități academice Erasmus Plus realizate între universitățile din Republica Moldova și Uniunea Europeană, oferite studenților, cercetătorilor și cadrelor didactice universitare. Menționăm și cele 30 de burse pentru beneficiarii din Moldova în cadrul proiectelor comune de masterat Erasmus Mundus Joint Master Degree. Menționăm cu satisfacție că în cadrul proiectelor Erasmus Plus implementate în Republica Moldova în perioada 2014-2020, 25 de universități din țară au colaborat cu circa 200 de universități europene în cadrul proiectelor de mobilitate internațională de credite. Putem menționa colaborările universităților noastre cu peste 160 de instituții de învățământ superior din țările partenere în cadrul proiectelor de consolidare a capacităților. Sunt rezultate frumoase, însă revenind la evenimentul de astăzi, sunt sigură de faptul că va fi unul foarte interesant și util tuturor participanților. Agenda este relevantă în acest sens. Vă îndemn să beneficiați din plin de experiența expertului nostru internațional. Este foarte important astăzi ca universitățile să ofere formare bazată pe dovezi științifice, ca profesorii din universități să combine strategic activitatea de predare cu cea de cercetare științifică, să avem universități care au o conlucrare eficientă cu mediul de afaceri și reușesc să promoveze multiple parteneriate și cooperări la nivel național și internațional. Astăzi vom vedea asemenea experiențe împărtășite, vom vedea cum se realizează acest fapt peste hotare, dar și în universitățile din țară. Mari succese organizatorilor, mari succese participanților în cadrul evenimentului de azi. Vă mulțumesc!
Vă mulțumesc mult, doamna secretar de stat. Într-adevăr, este o zi, într-adevăr, foarte simbolică pentru acest seminar, Ziua Internațională a Cercetării. Și în acest sens ne pare foarte bine să ridicăm astfel de probleme importante pentru învățământul superior din Republica Moldova, deoarece ne dăm seama că, de fapt, cum învățământul superior va fi conectat cu cercetarea, depinde foarte mult și valoarea studenților, valoarea celor specialiști pe care le pregătesc universitățile, valoarea celor specialiști care vor nimeri apoi pe piața muncii și, până la urmă, valoarea societății pe care o vom obține în viitor. De aceea, evident că ne dorim ca evenimentul de astăzi să răspundă așteptărilor noastre și de aceea mulțumim, evident, că foarte mult pentru acceptul de a participa în calitate de expert la evenimentul de astăzi, domnului dr. Alfonso Marzal, pe care îl salutăm, evident, călduros și sperăm că cu care astăzi vom avea o conlucrare foarte interesantă și fructuoasă pe parcursul evenimentului. Vă rog, domnul Marzal, vă ofer cuvântul dumneavoastră.
Thank you very much, Ms. Claudia Melinte, and thank you very much, Ms. Adriana Casacu, for very nice introduction and welcome words and for the nice state of art about the situation of the higher education and the Erasmus program in the Republic of Moldova. I'm very pleased and very honored to be here today with you in an online way, not on a virtual, not in person, but it will be really nice and I appreciate very much your invitation to be here with you. And I hope that during this technical assistant mission, we could complete all your expectation about the good practice cases and research-based teaching to promote the higher education in the Republic of Moldova and the entrepreneurship and the university business cooperation. Today we have a nice agenda with a lot of items to share and to communicate. It's very broad agenda, so I was asked to mainly focus on good practice cases to avoid theoretical. And so today I will present you more than 50 examples of good practice cases from 20 different universities and research institutes, mainly from Spain, but also in other parts of the world. So I hope you will enjoy, and thank you very much for your invitation, and thank you very much to all the participants to be here today. So could we start?
Yes, we could start.
Okay. I will share my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, it is good. Yeah, it is very good. We see and we hear. So
okay, so our first session of today is the importance of having a strategic framework with a way to articulate research and teaching, and we will mainly focus on good practice and some examples about it. But first, I would like to show you where I come from, some information about my home university, because I think it will be really important to know where do we come from, which are our expectations, and which are our programs to improve the higher education in my home university, the University of Extremadura. We are a recent university. We have no more than 40 years old. And in my region, Extremadura, it's in the border of Spain. So the total extension of Extremadura is more or less as Moldova country, I think. And we live close to Portugal, and we have a close links to Iberoamerica, to those countries from South America and Central America and even North America who are Spanish spoken. We have an international campus of excellence because we have a very broad interest on the internationalization. Because our region is very big, we have 4 different campuses involving more than 20,000 students. And from them, about 5% are international students. In our university, we develop 67 different degree programs with a duration of 4 or 6 years. 8 of them are national double degrees that you can combine different studies in a double degree, for instance, economy and law, or 2 different engineering, or economics and engineering, or biotechnology and marketing, mainly to promote the university business cooperation. Also, we present 7 international double degrees and 47 master degrees with a duration between 1 year and 2 years. In our home university, we are more than 1,800 teaching and research staff, and also 900 administration and service staff. We are grouped in 40 academic departments, and in the University of Extremadura, there are more than 200 research groups. this is a public university which is linked to the region, because the goal of our university is to promote the employment and the human development, and also the social and economic improvement of the region. More than 80% of the students that study at the University of Extremadura find their first job no later than 7 months after graduation. And we, as a university, are responsible for the higher education of more than 70% of the university community and more than 90% of the region's scientific productions. In our region, in Extremadura, there are other research institutes, but we focus more than 90% of the scientific production in our region. We are committed to the entrepreneurship, to promote the exchange of knowledge and transfer to the business and industry sector. And the University of Extremadura plays a main role in the strategy of internationalization of our region. The University of Extremadura is the main reference, as I told you before, for training university students and for the development of research activities in Extremadura. And just a few numbers about it. 65% of young people who decide to study higher education studies, they do in the University of Extremadura. And in the last decade, the scientific production of our university increased more than 150%, which was higher than the average of scientific production in Spain in the decade from the first decade of the 21st century. And also, we have substantially contributed to the increase in university graduates and to the improvement of the human capital. As an example, more than 215% of the increase in the employment of highly qualified human researchers in the period from 1993 to 2010. The economic activity of the university has a deep impact on the Extremadura output, on the region's output, income, and employment, because we represent annually for the economy of the region an additional output of more than 620 million euros and an income on almost 300 million euros and an occupation of more than 8,000 jobs position. We are financed by public taxa. So our university is free and it is financed by the regional government mainly. And sometimes there is a question if this financial is good for the society or not. And just to know that the contribution in the medium or long term of the University of Extremadura is very high, because we generate productive researches based on knowledge, which can be human capital, technological capital, and even entrepreneurial capital. And just a number, the return from university to the society of Extremadura in the form of additional taxes means that for each euro that the public administration allocate to the financial of the university returns 2.2 euros to the society. So more than the double of the money that financed the university. And also we contribute to the increase of the tax collection for the personal income tax and VAT. And we are responsible, or almost 30% of the average total growth of the last decade in the economy of the region, and almost 25% of its per capita income is directly or indirectly attributable to the contributions from the University of Extremadura. But these numbers is because we consider that a successful management model will require the coordinated participations of many different agents. We could not blame for the success or the fall or a management model to only one actor. We are many different actors, and we have, all of us, we should focus on the same and aim to the same goal, a common goal. And these actors are, of course, the administration and service personnel, the teaching and research staff, the students and graduates, the companies, and the government, the European government, the national government, and the regional government. All of us should work together for a common goal. To get this, we need an establishment in the government. We have three different things to improve. To improve the students' employment, to improve the entrepreneurial, and to improve the research with companies, the university business coordination and communication. In the university, we have different services and offices that allow to get these goals. For instance, in the Vice-Rector's Office for Students' Employment and Mobility, we have the Employment Office of the University of Extremadura, the Secretariat of International Relationship, and a new service which has improved a lot, the University Business Cooperation. It's the service of support to the entrepreneurial initiative of the University of Extremadura, and it's called SAPIEM. In the Vice-Rector Office for Research and Transfer, he's in charge of the Research Results Management and Transfer Service and the Secretariat for Innovation and Business Relation. And we also have the Job Orientation Office of the University. During the next hours, I will present some good practice cases attached to any of these service and secretariat to see how the University Business Cooperation, how the entrepreneurial initiative, and how the research-based teaching can be improved. So the main goals to be enhanced in our university in the relationship between business sector or industry sectors and higher education are three: the knowledge transfer and technology, the scientific and technology offer, and the training of highly qualified personnel. We will first focus on this third one, the training of highly qualified personnel. And in the last session, we will speak about how to promote the knowledge transfer and the offer of scientific and technological products. But the first questions that we should question to ourselves is if we do prepare our students in high training. In reality, do we train them for what the society or the company demands? In a recent survey made by the University Company Foundation, it was stated that 64% of the students consider that it is needed to update the degree and master programs to improve the employability when they finish their studies. 9 out of 10 of the students consider that additional training is necessary to adapt their profile to what companies demand. 64% of them consider that more internships in business and industry and companies during the degree studies are essential. And almost all of them, 95%, consider that the professional internship in a company before finishing their studies, their higher education studies, is necessary. So we are working on that, but still yet we didn't get all that we want. And if you think, where do your students get info from the internships? Only 64% of them got this information at the university. So we need clearly to improve the information that we provide, the help that we provide, and the studies that we teach to improve the employability of the students, to get them higher chances to find their job and to fix to what company demands. One of the strategies that we can follow for that is the inquiry-based learning as a part of research-based teaching. This inquiry-based learning is an application of teaching and learning strategies with the aim to connect research and teaching. One good point of this strategy is that it allows the partial or total incorporation of the students in an investigation based on scientific methods. But how can this learning strategy be applied? It's more than a didactic technique. It's a strategy of linking research activities with teaching at a professional level. And there are many different parts that we can take into account when we develop this kind of a strategy. We have to identify problems that require investigation. Then we have to theorize about possible solutions and organize the problems, and then choose a methodology to investigate alternative solutions. Because we will develop, we will generate evidence based on research, and we will use hypothetical deductive and inductive thinking to analyze the information and data and to formulate inferences from these results and conclusions using scientific research processes. So these are the step-by-step way that we can work with the students. Oh, sorry. This inquiry-based learning has a general advantages. For instance, it can promote the innovative knowledge through working on different disciplines. Students will also develop critical thinking, and also to investigate, they will develop the ability to investigate and learn in a self-directed way. They will increase of the sensitivity and the perceptual capacity of scientific, humanistic, and sociocultural phenomena. And one very important thing, they will strengthen the honesty and academic responsibility of our students. Focus on the specific advantages. It will be good because it's a very active way of learning. So it can reduce the possibility of some students, some lazy students, to adopt a passive behavior. All students will be involved in research activities based on a single protocol. And the library infrastructure and the services will be maximized in their use. It's very important that this kind of learning could be applicable not only to scientific or engineering discipline, but also to many different disciplines, to any disciplines. And it offers the advantage that it can be used as a complement to other teaching techniques. So don't think that inquiry-based learning, don't think that research-based learning or teaching could be the unique teaching technique. So we still should go on using traditional teaching techniques, but this is a good complement to implement the learning processes of our students. The inquiry-based learning is based on 6 main topics. First one is the individual responsibility. Second, the development of information skill and competences. We change from the traditional teaching to the teaching based on competence. We improve the competences in our students. And it needs, as a third point, a continuous advising or consulting by the teacher to his students. And also a continuous motivation to the student. We will use the scientific methodology and we can apply it to many different types of research. For that, the role of teacher changes just from the teaching activity to be in charge of many different things and tasks. We need to be a facilitator, an evaluator, tutoring our students, making questions to them constantly, guide our students in the learning processes and to motivate them. During these processes, we will be advisor.
I'm sorry, Alfonso.
Yes.
Could you please, some participants don't see your presentation. Could you restart your screen show?
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's good. Now I think it's good.
Sorry for that. Sorry.
We will see in the chat if it is good also.
Okay. So should I go back for a few slides?
Maybe to show some slide in order to understand if we have, yeah, this is one which not we will not show.
So
But now it is good. But now it is good. Maybe to how to say, to repeat some idea just to.
Yes, I will repeat some ideas. Starting from this slide or before?
I think even before.
Okay, just tell me where.
Before. Oh la la. Before. Yeah, this was the last slide.
Okay, so I can repeat from here.
Yeah,
That's
shortly.
fine. No, it's fine.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
It's my pleasure. So apologize for my mistake during the presentation, and I'm pleased to repeat these slides because I consider that they are very important to see where are we, which is our point, we start point to improve the higher education. And this is the results, or these are the results of a survey, a post-pandemic survey from the Foundation, University and Company. And this is more or less answering to our question if, do we prepare our students in high training, or do we train our students really for the real demands of the world job, of the societies, of the companies? We consider many times that we in the academia and the higher education at the university, our teaching, our lessons are very important for the demandings of the company societies. But the idea for students is not always the same of our ideas, because more than 60% of them thinks that they need to update degree and master programs to improve their employability. And almost 90%, so 9 out of 10 of the inquiry students thinks that additional training is necessary to adapt their profile to what companies demand. This leads us to think that we have to reconsider our plans of studies in the graduates and master during the university. Almost 75% of the students says that they need more internships during the degrees, because this could be essential to improve employability. And almost all of them, 95% of the students, consider that it's necessary a professional internships in a company before finishing their degrees and master studies. So are we providing the students with the informations and the opportunities for internships? If you think, and if you see this graph, where only 64% of the students get the info from internships at university, the answer is clearly no. We need to improve it. We need to reach the 100% of the students that get the opportunity and the information for internships at our universities. And for that, we have to think about a new methodology of learning and teaching process. The inquiry-based learning is a part of research, or it considered the research-based teaching as an application of both teaching and learning strategies, with the goal of to connect research and teaching, allowing the total or partial incorporations of our students in an investigation based on scientific methodologies. And how can this strategy be applied? Is it a didactic technique? Is it a theoretical technique to teach? No, it's more than this. It's a strategy that we should follow to link research activities with teaching at the professional level. So we should combine this strategy, the inquiry-based learning, the research-based teaching, with traditional teaching to improve the students' employability and the knowledge transfer in the future. How it works, how we can apply this research-based teaching. First, we can identify the problems that require investigations with our students and to organize the problems, to find a knowledge gap and to propose alternative solutions in a theoretical way. Then we can focus on a goal to achieve and to choose a methodology to investigate the alternative solutions to the problems and to achieve the aim of your study. Applying this methodology, we will be able to generate evidence based on research. And we can use inductive and hypothetical inductive thinking to analyze the information and the data that we get during applying our methodologies. And this will allow us to formulate inferences and to formulate conclusions, to infer conclusions using the scientific research process. Which are the main advantages of the inquiry-based learning? As a general advantages, we can consider that this learning process will promote the innovative knowledge applying many different disciplines and will help to develop the critical thinking and the ability to investigate and learn in a self-directed way of our students. So they, in somehow, will be responsible of their learning process. It can increase the sensitivity and the perceptual capacity of different phenomena, like a scientific, humanistic, and sociocultural. And one very key point, important point, it will strengthen the honesty and academic responsibility of our students. We will develop human persons, not only students. They will be responsible. They will be able to think critically. They will be able to apply methodologies in different ways, and they will be able to promote the life learning process. As a specific advantages, we can consider that because all of us have some, let's say, lazy students, with these learning processes and strategies, it will reduce the possibility of some students to adopt a passive behavior during our lessons. And all students will be involved in research applying the same protocol, a single protocol. And also because with this kind of teaching and learning processes, there is an active role of the students. The library infrastructure and other services will be optimized. But as I told you before, this learning and teaching strategy is the one to complement other teaching techniques. So this is very important. It will complement other teaching techniques. And this is based on, this inquiry-based learning is based on the individual responsibility of both students and teachers. It's based also on the development of information skill and competence. We start with these learning strategies and research-based teaching strategies. We will start to improve the development of competences in our students. And it requires a continued advising or consulting by the teachers to his or her students, and the continuous motivations to the students to apply scientific methodologies in different types of research. So, which is our role in this process? We are not just teachers that we give our lessons and that's all. No, our role has changed. And that's changed because we need to be facilitator, evaluator, tutor, to inquire our students, to guide our students, to motivate, to advise them, and to direct. We will be the director of our students during the processes. So this is the theory, and there are many advantages, but also we have a lot of disadvantages, or not too many, but too hard disadvantages. One is sometimes we incorporate some simulated data or erroneous data in our studies, which is not good for the students. But in my opinion, one of the main disadvantages of this process is that we have a lot of workload. Both us, teachers and students, have a lot of workload, especially at the beginning of the process. When we start the processes, when we have some experience in the process, the workload will diminish. But it will depend on the number of students we have. If you have 20 students, the workload could be fine. If you have 200 students, the workload could be horrible. And as you can think, it is not easy as you thought, because from theory to practice is a very long way. And it's not easy because, as we mentioned before, it requires a lot of effort. And also because the results sometimes are not in short term, are a medium or long term, are not immediate. And it requires investment, infrastructure, and change in the way we think, both students and teachers. So within the next minutes, I want to show you 4 research-based teaching cases that we have been working on my home university, on the University of Extremadura, especially in a teaching innovation project and in the grade studies, and 2 cases that we have developed in other countries. In Myanmar, we developed some master studies following the Erasmus project. And in Peru, we have also teach in courses and workshops funded by the National Science Foundation and the AWIP, which is the Association or Postgrad International University Association of Ibero-America. The first one was a teaching innovation project that we developed in the University of Extremadura. It was called the Entrepreneurship in Life and Environmental Science. And it was aimed to students in biology, biotechnology, and environmental science. Why biology, biotechnology, and environmental science? The answer is very simple, because these are the students I teach. And this is the very simple answer, but a more deep response will be that usually people don't think that it needs to develop, to provide knowledge on entrepreneurship and in the university business cooperation in life and environmental science. This kind of knowledge is usually applied to business, to marketing, to engineering, but biology students, biotechnology students, and environmental science students, as many other students from many different disciplines, are needed to be taught, to learn this kind of knowledge. And in the edition of 2013, they participate for more than 40 students. And in this teaching innovation project, there were 8 teachers from the university, but also we involve professionals from business and from industry, from companies, to teach our students. We involve them in this innovation project. And these university and business or industry teachers came from different disciplines. Of course, from biology, biotechnology, and environmental science, but also from economics, from marketing, engineering, law, and even staff from the research, management, and knowledge transfer service from our university. There were different blocks and lessons in this project, and these are the main ones. The first one was about the business idea, to implement the entrepreneurial spirit. We also teach about the business creation guide in the energy and environmental sectors. We get students to know which are the infrastructure and the support tools for the entrepreneurship that they can find in the environment of the University of Extremadura. Also, how to turn an idea into a successful project, to develop a business plan, to promote the innovation and sustainable growth, a bioeconomy for Europe, which is this framework, the scenario of bioeconomy in Europe, and how to innovate and to promote the entrepreneurship in life science. These were the main blocks. And after that, the students had to develop a business plan, in the life and environmental science. As you see, there were 41 students involved, but in a second example, I want to show you one of the mandatory course that students from biology, from biotechnology, or from life science have to learn during their grade students. It's a mandatory course in the 7th semester called Drafting and Execution of Projects in, and it depends on the discipline, biology, biotechnology, or environmental science or life science. All the students that before they finish their grade studies, they have to develop skills related to project management and organization. So they have to take part in this course. It's mandatory. It's like in our cases in biology, it's like biochemistry or genetics or botanics or zoology. So like these traditional main areas of knowledge in biology, one of them now is drafting and execution of projects in biology. They also develop knowledge on how about to organize it and to develop methodology and management of the project. They will also know or learn different sections and strategies, and to achieve the tools to promote the presentation of their reports and their defense. Because in a few months, they will try to find a job and they have to present reports and to defend their ideas in a committee during their professional lives. So it is very important that they get knowledge about that. There are 3 different blocks in this course. In the block number 1, we have the state of art about the professional field of the degree, biology or biotechnology or environmental science. And also they receive some knowledge about the technical and administrative structure of the science, technology, economy, and society system. On the second block, they will focus on the general theory of drafting and managing projects. And the third unit is what is a project, how to write the project, which are the different sources, how to find money to finance the scientific, technical, and business projects, how to find information as a source of inspiration. The sources of information could be a source of inspiration for the development of the project, and which are the technology-based companies. And in the third and final model, they will achieve capacities and knowledge about the project management. Also, about the time and the cost during the management. They will get information about the financial models from the selection of projects, how to work with the human resources during the project, how to promote the quality of this project, and which are the risks that we should consider during the execution of the project. So this is a very important course for them, and the qualifications the scores that they get, it depends on two different points. One point could be a traditional exam, and it's about 40% about the knowledge that they acquire during the course, and the second one is about the 60% of the total score is a project management. So they have to develop a project in theory and to present this project to a committee to be evaluated. So these are the examples of research-based or some of the examples of research-based that we are developing nowadays in the University of Extremadura. But next, I want to show you some other examples of research-based that I have been developed since 2012 in other countries. One of them was the training students and researchers on wildlife malaria, on wildlife emerging infection diseases in Peru since 2012, mainly in 4 different places of Peru. As you can see on the map, I was mainly working in universities from the Peruvian Amazonas. During these courses, we have been working side by side with the students. So we develop different theoretical and practice courses to improve their knowledge about malaria and about other diseases, and to improve their employability. So as you can see some pictures here, these theoretical and practice courses were based on traditional teaching in some of them, but also we were working of them hard in the laboratories and also in the field. So we capture many different animals. So I'm a biologist. I work on zoology, and malaria is my main aim of research. And I was working with the students. They were involved in the field practice and in many different tasks in the research to promote the research and to do research, real research, with me and other teachers during these courses. So the theory was about, let's see, 20% of the time, and 80% of the time we hardly work in the field and in the lab with many different students. And we were capturing not only birds, but also other types of wildlife like turtles, crocodiles, and snakes. And I told you that this was very important for students to improve their knowledge and their employability. And these are 3 of the examples. These are 3 of my students that we started in this research-based teaching, and after this research-based teaching during the course, I could supervise their works for thesis, and we were working about the management of the forest and its relationship with the prevalence of infection. And in this graph, you can see in red blocks the deforested area in some Amazonas, and in the blue one are the pristine or preserved non-deforested areas of Amazonas about the prevalence of infection. And you can see that in 2 different locations of the Amazonas, the prevalence of infection, the amount of infection increased considerably. It was significantly increased in compared to pristine forest, to preserved forest. So it was very important. This information was very important to talk to different governments and stakeholders about the necessity to preserve the forest to avoid diseases that they can affect both wildlife but also humans. And thanks to this kind of knowledge that they acquired, these 3 students, some months later, after they're finishing their studies, they were able to find a job in different laboratories and companies in their home country. So as a summary of this action that we have developed for more than 6 years in Peru, more than 200 students were involved, and 2 of them finished their PhD study with this kind of collaboration. And I could also supervise 6 different graduate theses and 2 master theses. During these years, we developed 16 courses and seminars with a duration of more than 900 hours in a total. And as a result of this collaboration, of course, not all 200 students, or not all 200 students involved in the courses, they finalized after that. So they were involved in a first steps, but then just let's say 20 or 30 of them, they go on along the 6 years, across the 6 years of collaboration. But those who collaborate during all the time, they were able to promote their knowledge, and those, as I mentioned before, those they were able to finalize their PhD studies or graduate and master thesis. And as a result, we published 5 papers in the first quartile of Journal Citation Report, and in these papers, more than 20 co-authors were the students and researchers that we have been collaborating, on an average of 20 or more than 70% of the co-authorships for each paper. These co-authors are working now on 17 universities and research centers, public and private research centers from Peru. Also, they are some of them, they are now in the government. And during this 6-year collaboration, we promote many different meetings with the regional and national government and the stakeholders and business companies to promote the knowledge transfer of our main outcomes of our research. So they were teach on research methodologies, how to develop our research, how to find a problem first. The problem was deforestation in the Amazon, and we questioned if this deforestation, because many illegal logging, many illegal deforestation from mines and from environmental actions that or anthropological actions that damage the environment. If these actions damage, destroy the environment, destroy the Amazonas, and which are the consequences of the destruction of the Amazonas from a health point of view, from a pathogens and disease point of view. So they were teach and develop their own researches, their own investigation on this topic. They were supervised by us. And finally, they got resources, they got results, and they got the outcomes. And these outcomes were published in a top journals, international top journals. And this information was also transferred to the regional and national government and the stakeholders and business companies to give a solution, to provide a solution of the destructions of the Amazonas rainforest. And the other foreign case I want to show you today, it's an Erasmus K2 project in Myanmar, in Southeast Asia, that we started on 2019, and unfortunately it has stopped because the COVID pandemic, and also because the civil war in Myanmar nowadays. We develop, our main was to develop a curriculum in environmental protections at three Myanmar universities, compromising new and improved courses that includes 12 topics. Just a brief words about the teaching methodology in Myanmar. The teaching methodology in Myanmar is mainly as in 2 or 3 centuries ago in Europe. So the teacher says some words during the lessons, and after the teacher says some words, the students repeat in a loud voice these words or this idea. For instance, if I say environmental impact assessment on conservation biology, the student repeats environmental impact assessment on conservation biology, and then so on, go on. So this is a very old-fashioned and traditional teaching methodologies from some centuries ago that we had in Europe or in other universities in the world. So our main aim was to improve this teaching methodology. And we were working mainly on 9 different blocks: the environmental impact assessment and conservation biology, research methods, field techniques and research analysis, in the geographical information systems, informations and communications technology, scientific report writing and data presentation, environmental law, natural resource management and protected area management, in the community-based conservation, and finally, in the outreach, dissemination, and knowledge transfer. As I told you, the main goal was to modernize the master's degree curriculum in environmental protections in 3 participant Myanmar universities from Myanmar, from Burma. And we pay special attention in some aspect. The first one was to be sure that the courses and the topics that we implement were relevant in the economic, environmental, and social point of view of the country. Also, we pay special attention to meet the needs of possible employers. If with this kind of knowledge that the students would achieve during their master studies, this knowledge will meet with the needs of the possible employers in the future, and to increase, of course, the career prospect of graduates.
Alfonso, I'm sorry.
Yes.
It's 10:30. Maybe in order to have a short respiro for you also, because it's not so easy to have such a long day, we will have a short pause now, and we will continue in 15 minutes.
I'm finished, so I have 2 more slides. Okay, so if you want, I can finish in 3 minutes.
The idea, to finish the idea.
I will finish this block, and so yes, that's 3 slides more. Okay.
Very good.
Okay, and also to teach them in new technical and skills, including ICT, and to be sure that the courses were taught by international teachers, to involve both national and international teachers on this. So students were participating in different internships programs funded by our Erasmus project in NGOs, in business companies, and they could make some visits to Europe universities, and also they were involved with the community of the countries, with different communities of the countries, to promote the environmental protection. So we use different technologies, research-based technologies, working with the students, the traditional technology, but also we were working with the small groups teaching traditionally in the small groups, working with the small groups in the field, in the lab, and at the end, when there was the pandemic situation, we were developing online courses with Myanmar students and researchers. And as I told you, unfortunately, we have to finish the project because this pandemic situation and the civil war. But still, we were able to publish one paper in a Q1 about how the anthropogenic disturbance in tropical habitats in their country affect the diversity of wildlife diseases. So just to finalize, this is just some useful links that you can use to find additional information. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alfonso, and sorry to interrupt you, but it is because I understand you will have a very, very hard day in the front of you. Eu vreau să spun că acum vom avea o mică pauză de 10 minute. Yes. Și aș fi vrut încă o dată să vă rog, să vă invit să adresați întrebările dumneavoastră în chat. Ce aș fi vrut să subliniez că am vrut în această sesiune să ne axăm mai mult pe exemple practice și ceea ce ne bucură este un exemplu de colaborare în cadrul proiectelor Erasmus+. Și noi acum suntem în ajunul publicării noului apel de proiecte Erasmus+. De aceea, cred că aceste idei de colaborare sunt extrem de utile și bănuiesc că vor da naștere la multe colaborări și sper că chiar și ziua de astăzi de colaborare va da naștere și la idei mai multe și la colaborări noi. Deci, așteptăm întrebările dumneavoastră și am vrut să spun că am văzut și o întrebare despre certificate în chat. Cei care, evident, că vor participa la evenimentul integral, la cerere, noi vom elibera și certificate. Deci vă așteptăm la începutul sesiunii următoare, conform agendei. Continuăm sesiunea noastră. După cum ați observat, tematica ședințelor de astăzi, sesiunilor de astăzi, este destul de diversă și ceea ce vom aborda acum și la ce vom atrage atenție, și în special domnul Marzal în prezentarea dumnealui, sunt acele exemple de modalități de a face legătură între cercetare și pe de o parte și învățare și predare pe de altă parte. Și evident că un moment extrem de important și complicat este rolul profesorului, rolul dual al profesorului și ca cercetător și ca rolul lui, să zicem, clasic de predare pe care noi îl cunoaștem până acum. Și evident că diferite studii de caz care ne-ar ajuta să înțelegem cum se practică acest lucru în diferite universități, în diferite țări, ne-ar fi extrem de util. Mă gândesc pentru a îmbunătăți practica de cercetare și de predare bazată pe cercetare în universitățile din Moldova. De aceea, evident că atât prezentarea domnului Marzal, cât și discuțiile și întrebările dumneavoastră sunt extrem de importante și ce ne pare foarte rău că acest exercițiu care se numește Technical Assistance Mission și care de obicei noi îl facem pe viu și poate că importanța căruia atunci când îl faci pe viu crește foarte mult din acele discuții pe culoare care sunt pe marginea acestui eveniment. Evident că acum noi nu putem să ne bucurăm de acest lucru și sperăm că cel puțin acele discuții din culoare vor fi cumva obținute prin întrebările pe care dumneavoastră le veți pune în chat sau ridicând mâna. Așa că sperăm că și prezentările ulterioare și discuțiile și prezentările din partea Universității din Republica Moldova vor trezi interesul și vor trezi discuții mai departe. Dar acum vreau să ofer cuvântul domnului Marzal, domnul doctor Marzal. Vă rog, domnul Alfonso.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if there is a question here or not, but I will be happy to answer all the questions because I think the most nice part in this technical mission will be the interaction between all of us. It's a pity, as you said, that we don't have the face-to-face today. But hopefully soon we can have something like this, and I would be very happy to go on collaboration with you and to help and assist to you as much as possible in this promotion of higher education. Yes, so I will go on with my second presentation now. So we finished the first one. So should we go on with the second one?
Yeah, we could go to the second presentation. Okay. And then again, thank you for showing the example of Erasmus Key 2 project, because this is a way maybe to Moldovan University also to have some project in this on these thematics.
Yeah, thank you. So it's my pleasure. And you know, I don't pretend to tell you what you have to do. I'm just showing you some cases that, in my experience, they have worked. So it will be very important to know the reality and the state of art of the higher education in Moldova, and to make a guideline how to promote this kind of thing. So this is just the first step of a collaboration, and hopefully it will be achieve nice goals in the future. So let's go on with our second presentation of today. Oh, sorry, I will share my screen.
So we see. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The slideshow is started. It's very good.
Okay, thank you. So in this second presentation, we will talk about us, about teachers and researchers and professors, and the way to support us. So one of the things I previously mentioned in the first presentation was that we experience some disadvantages about this new role in our teaching methodologies, is that we have a lot of workload. And so our role, our change, and we have to see how it changes and how to evaluate and to promote our new role, because it will be very important. We should highlight the importance of the teachers and researchers in this process. So as a evolutionary biologist, as I am, one of the main things in the human beings and in the animal kingdom is that the resources are limited for all the organisms, for birds, for plants, for wolves, for mammals. So there is an evolutionary compromise in the organism, in the allocation of these limited resources between growth and body maintenance and the survival and in the reproduction. So the more you invest, the more one organism invests in one item like survival, the less he can invest in reproduction. And we, teachers and researchers, is the same. So our time, our energy, and our resources are limited. So we can experience an evolutionary trade-off in the university, a compromise in our time and energy and resources to allocate across the different activities we have to develop in teaching, in research, in the management, and in knowledge transfer. The more time, energy, and resources we can allocate to teaching, the less time and energy and resources we can allocate to research. So this is quite problematic, because sometimes our workload of any of these tasks, teaching or research, is very high. Especially teaching sometimes is very high. So we don't have enough time to dedicate to energy and to resources or time for other activities like management or knowledge transfers. But we nowadays, especially with this kind of methodologies of new learning strategies, we are not forced, but we are advised to dedicate and to promote our research and to promote our management and to promote the knowledge transfer. But in Spain, I don't know in Moldova, but in Spain, the evaluation of our activities between the management, the docent, and the knowledge transfer and in the research has been biased toward research for our professional promotion and salary bonus. So what does it mean? That means that in an ideal situation, our evaluation of our activities as a professional in our university ideally should take into account research, teaching, knowledge transfer, and management. But for many years, most of the promotion or most of the evaluation were biased, where the research part have a significant impact on the evaluation points that we get. So if our resources are limited, time, energy, and resources are limited, and if we want to promote within the academia and we want to have an extra salary, research was the main part in most of the time. So why then to allocate time, resources, and energy in other topics, in other activities, if they were not taken into account for our promotion of our money? So this situation has changed recently. And now I want to show you some examples of how to promote the teaching, the research, the management, and knowledge transfer activities in our universities. So there are three main points. One is to get some salary bonus. The second one is to get some points to promotion within academia to improve our job. And some others are like to receive some prize and awards. So next, I will show you practical cases of methodologies or tasks to salary bonus, to professional promotion and awards. So the first one is to evaluation the teaching, and we receive, so our teaching is evaluated every 5 years for this 5-year period, and this is the university staff is the one who is evaluated, and it is applicable to all areas of knowledge. And this 5-year period of teaching, this salary bonus is complementary to other salary bonus related to knowledge transfer and research that we will go deeper later. Every year, there is an agency, a national agency called ANECA, that he promotes a call to carry out this evaluation. But this 5-year period of teaching evaluation is quite easy to get. This salary bonus is quite easy to get because it's more or less automatically. And it takes into account the time of university teaching activity in public centers, of the teaching activity carried out during grant from, competition, finishing PhD studies, and also for teaching activities that they are carried out as a research staff in the public agents of the Spanish System of Science, Technology, and Innovation, or even teaching activities carried out in a public secondary and high school. So that means that first, who can apply for this 5-year period of teaching? All the people? No, not all the teaching staff. The teaching staff of associate professors and professors, okay? So those who are on the top. This is going to change. And this lecturer and senior lecturers will be also able to have this kind of salary bonus. But the good thing of that is that when you get this kind of position, not only your position or your time, your period of time within this new position is take into account for the teaching evaluation period, but also the previous teaching activities that you carry out during, for instance, if you work in a public secondary high school, during your PhD studies, or during your period of teaching at university as a senior lecturer or as a lecturer. And this is the amount of money that you receive, the salary bonus, the extra money that you receive per month for this evaluation, positive evaluation of 5-year period of teaching is 126 euros per month in Spain. Okay, so it depends on the country. Some other countries receive more money, some other countries receive less money per month. It depends on the economy of the country. The second one is the 6-year period of research. And this is complementary to the 6-year period of knowledge transfer and innovation and to the 5-year period of teaching. And this is an evaluation of the research activity and the productivity during a period of not less than 6 years. Who can apply for this evaluation? University teaching staff, but also researcher staff of the Spanish National Research Council. This is applicable to all areas of knowledge. It is also carried out annually for the same agency, ANECA, a national agency. You need to submit at least 4 contributions. So you are not asked to submit all your contributions that you perform during your last 6 years, your previous 6 years. You are asked to submit 5 contributions or a lower number of them if they are extraordinary good quality and high impact, but 5 contributions that you submit. Of course, from all your scientific productivity in the last 6 years, you submit the best 5 contributions. And there are specific criteria for each research area. And these specific criteria are approved and published by each committee. What does it mean? Because there are many different expertise area, there are many different research areas or fields of research. The evaluation could not be the same. It's not, the productivity is not the same from researching in education science than from an education in chemistry or in law and jurisprudence or in philosophy. So that means that there are 14 different areas of expertises, 14 different committees of expertises attached to any of these knowledge area, okay? And these are mathematics and physics, chemistry, cellular and molecular biology, biomedical science, natural science, mechanical and production technologies, communication, computing and electronics engineering, architecture, civil engineering, construction and urbanism, social, political behavior science and gender studies, education science, economic and business science, law and jurisprudence, history, geography and arts, and philosophy, philology and linguistics. And I'm sure that any of us today participating in these meetings, we can find our research area within these 14 expertise committees. And what do this committee evaluate? They evaluate, as I mentioned before, our scientific productivity. But this scientific productivity, this evaluation is based on the publication quality indicators. And these publication quality indicators are more or less the next ones. About journal quality indicators, it is important the impact factor of the journal, the scientific and editorial process quality, the indexing in scientific database, the international visibility of the journal. And what about the conference, the workshops, or the proceedings from a conference? It is important the number of citations, the database in which this conference is indexed and the present in the relevant Congress list. But some of the researchers, they do not publish in journals, they publish in book or book chapters. So in that cases, the quality indicators are the number of citations, the database that index them, the reviews in specialized journals, and if they are translated into other language. So I want to show you now some examples, some practical examples, and which are the minimum contributions to get a positive evaluation within some of these expertise committees. Of course, this is for Spain. I mean, I think this kind of evaluation should be take into account the reality of each country. So probably this kind of number of contributions that we need of the journal quality and so on, it will be different if we do this in other countries. So to implement, to export this kind of evaluation to other countries, I strongly recommend to take into account the average contributions of the country, of the researchers of the country, and then try to go to the maximum, okay? From this average, go and try to put it in a higher to promote it, but not just copy and paste from other countries, because it could be impossible, for instance, for a Spanish researcher to get the productivity of other countries, for instance, like high income or income countries with higher incomes and monetary salaries. So, for instance, in the Committee of Cell or Molecular Biology, to get a positive evaluation, you have several alternatives. The first one could be submit 5 contributions, which 5 of them are in journals in the first quartile of journal extension reports, and it doesn't matter in which is position of the authorship. A second alternative could be to have to submit 5 contributions in Q2, but the authorship should be in prominent positions in at least 3 contributions. And what means a prominent position in the authorship? An authorship in relevant position could be the first author, the corresponding author, or the last or senior author. Another alternative could be to to submit 5 contributions, 2 in Q3, 1 in Q4, or book chapters, plus 2 in Q2. But in those in Q2, the authorship should be in an outstanding position. Also, you can present less than 5 contributions, but for instance, 3 submitted contributions, but if these contributions are in the first decile, so in the journal ranking, the journal is within the best, or the impact factor of the journal is within the first 10% of the journal impact factor, and the authorship should be in a prominent position. Also, there are some other alternatives, like 5 contributions, 4 in Q1 in outstanding authorship, in at least 2 of them, or 5 in Q1 or Q2, but prominent position in most of them, okay? This is for cell and molecular biology. What about biomedical science? To get a positive evaluation, your proposal, when submitted, should be met any of the following requirements within the scientific categories in which journals are classified in the journal station report. For instance, 2 Q1 plus 2 Q2, 3Q2, sorry, or 3Q1, 1Q2 and 1Q3, or 4Q1 and 1Q3. The authorship in relevant position, it's benefits for the submission, and it is also taking into account the number of authors of any publications. If the number of authors in one publication is not justified and it is very high, and a high number, so the points that you get for such contribution will decrease. In communications, computing, and electronic engineering, you need to achieve as an average 30 points out of 50. And how you can get 30 points? It depends on the contribution that you submitted. You submit journals or papers in journals. In that case, patents and conferences are also important, or books and book chapters are very important, because this area, communication, computing, and electronic engineering, it is more prone to produce patents. And so you can see the average points that you can get on the journals. It depends if it's a Q1 or Q2 or Q3 or on another quartile, or the patents and conference, and the 1 to 4 points depend if they are international or national conferences, if this is a poster presentation or an oral communication, or in the patents, it depends if this is in use or not in use, or if this is a national patent, or it can be used in international companies and so on. And in books and book chapters, it's up to 3 points, and it also depends of if they are in a edition of in just national edition or international edition, or is a book, or is a book chapter, or so on. But the minimum to get some chances to get a positive evaluation is to submit 2 contributions of high relevance. I mean, 2 Q1, for instance, and 1 Q2. Or 1 contribution of high relevance plus 3 medium relevance contributions. Okay. So let's see another example in a humanistic field of research. In this committee expertise, sorry, you need to differentiate between the social or behavioral science or librarianship and documentation, the gender studies or anthropology. So these are the things that that you need to submit in your contributions to get a positive evaluation. For instance, 2 journal citation report of social journal or report should be submitted to get a positive evaluation in the social, political, and communication science. In the behavioral science, 4 contributions, 4 papers published, and at least 3 of them in the first or second quartile in the behavioral science. In the librarianship and documentation, 4 journal citation reports, which of them, 3 of them should be in the first or second quartile. Similar to gender studies and the social anthropology and social work and social services and history, it's similar to the social, political, and communication science. And in the other areas, you need to submit 4 papers in journal citation reports, and from these 4 papers, 3 of them should be in the first Q1 or in the Q2 quartile of journal citation report. Okay, so how much money you will receive per month if you get a positive evaluation? You will receive a positive evaluation for this 6-year period of research of you will receive 126 euros per month, the same quantity of the 5-year period of teaching. Okay, and how easy is to get this this positive evaluation? As you can see, these are the numbers that we get from the last 3 evaluations, and it's about so around 10,000 evaluations per year are submitted, and from them about 95% of the submissions get a positive evaluation. Okay, so okay, this is a good number, and you see that's nice. So I should try, and I should try. What is the problem? The problem is that if you get a negative evaluation, you cannot ask for a new evaluation during the next 2 years. So you have if you receive a negative evaluations, you cannot ask for a new evaluation within the next 2 years. So that's the reason that the people who submit the evaluation, they are more or less sure that they will get it. So because you have this criteria, and you can evaluate by yourself and try to find if you, yes, I have many chances to get a positive evaluation, and then I can submit it. Okay. And what happened with the people who does not publish a lot, but they allocate many time in the knowledge transfer on innovation? These people was for many time forgotten in the agency for the evaluation, because their activities were not evaluated, and they allocated many resources, many energy, and most of their time in the knowledge transfer and innovation. So if we now are asking to teaching staff and to research staff, to university staff, to allocate time, resources, and energy on knowledge transfer and innovation, we should consider their activity, and we have to evaluate their activity on that. Okay, so just in 2018, there was a pilot study to start for the 6-year period of knowledge transfer and innovation. Okay, and this was the first call, and in 1920 was the second call. In this evaluation, this is for university teaching staff and researchers, and it could be applicable to all areas of knowledge. And this is complementary to the 6-year period of research and the 5-year period of teaching. You need to submit, again, at least 5 contributions, or a lower number, less than 5 contributions, if there is an extraordinary quality and high impact. And only transfer to social and economic agents will be considered. So if one of the contributions have already been evaluated, for instance, in the 6-year period of research evaluation, you cannot submit it to this 6-year period of knowledge transfer and innovation. They will be considered, this contribution will be only considered in one of the evaluation. Okay, and to get a positive evaluation, you have to submit contributions of high quality in at least 2 of the 4 following blocks: transfer by training of researchers, knowledge transfer through activities with other institutions, transfer generating of economic value, and transfer of generating of social value. So To get a positive evaluation, you should submit contributions belonging to at least 2 of these blocks. Okay, so how is evaluated the knowledge, the block of knowledge transfer through activities with other institutions? They take into account periods of leave, of commission service, of special services, and membership in highly relevant committees. And they take into account the duration, the type of contract, and the quality of the contracting entity. And these contributions could be activities carried out by the university professor of these periods of leave or commission service or special service in high relevant committees in the field, or some contracts in external entities according to some articles of our law, Spanish law of science, technology, and innovation, and the committee membership, in which they are taking into account the quality and impact criteria. And in the transfer by training of researchers, they are taking into account the community, the intellectual properties rights in different areas of the economic value, in the community of the societal value, in the community of these industrial property rights and intellectual in different areas like science or heritage or technology or arts. And it is considered the type of activity and degree of participation, and the quality indexes and result, and if this property is in national use or international use. So where they pay their attention in the evaluation, in the annual billing or the social impact for the usability of patents or utility models, or software registration, or varieties of plants, or any other knowledge register in use. Some participations in research contracts and projects with companies and other institutions outside the academia, outside the university. For instance, for example, sometimes we receive one offer to perform one activity with a business company. In my case, for instance, I received one contract of one NGO of one company that they want to analyze the blood samples of some of their animals and to see if they have infected with some disease. So I can sign a contract with this company according to the university organic law and the article number 83 that is developed from the different universities, and this is kind of participation is taken into account in this block. Or also the partnership in active spin-offs and the number of patents. In the transfer of generation of social value, the activities that benefit the society and its interest group are considered, like those who have external projection, or those who consolidate the public image of the university. These contributions could be the participations in agreements or a contract with the non-profit entities, with NGOs on public administration for activities with a special social value, or dissemination publications like book chapters, books, articles, activities that disseminate their research in audiovisual media, professional disseminations through reports for social agents, or clinical guides, or protocols, or participation in the development of regulations and law, for example. if you get a positive evaluation in this knowledge transfer and innovation committee, you will receive the same amount of money, 126 euros per month for a positive evaluation, and it's complementary to the other 6-year or 5-year period of evaluation. And how easy is to get this positive evaluation? Okay, it's not so easy as the other ones. So as you can see in the numbers that we get for this positive evaluation, or for this first study pilot in the 6-year period evaluation of knowledge transfer and innovation, the number of applications was more than 15,000, but only 40% of the evaluations get a positive evaluation. Why? I think because two main points can explain this lower number of percentage of positive evaluations in compared to the teaching period evaluation and to the 6-year research period evaluation. The first one is that this was a pilot study. So, and it was the first one, the first evaluation in this kind of knowledge transfer and innovation processes. So all of the researchers and all the research staff and the teacher staff, they have never been evaluated before. So they try for the first time to be evaluated. Okay, and also because it was the first time, there was no negative actions if you receive a negative evaluations. So you were not you can apply for the next evaluation. There is no 2 years of period without you cannot apply for this new evaluation. Okay, so this, I think these are the two main points that they can explain why so many numbers of applications were submitted and why so just a few of them, or 40% of them, got a positive evaluation. Okay, so these are the national salary bonus, but in our region we have also salary bonus for teaching and for researching, and these are the next practical cases I want to show you. In the regional salary bonus of teaching, you have 5 different assignments that they are evaluated: the teaching assignment, the teaching planning, the development of the teaching activities, the teaching outcomes that we get, and also the self-evaluation and the improvement plan that we present for the future. Okay. In the teaching assignment, you need to get 10 points from the next 5 activities: number of hours of teaching, number of subject of teaching, the student group size, and if you coordinate one subject between different teachers. Okay, so according to the number of hours that you teach, the number of subjects that you teach, the number of students that you are teaching, and the coordination, you should get at a maximum of 10 points for that. And about the teaching plan, all these activities are considered. The teaching plan, that the teaching plan is verified, coordination, if you fulfillment or your teaching plan, the compliance of the tutorial assignment, the kind of teaching material that you're using. If you are teaching, if you are taking part in training courses for teaching, and if you participate in conferences and seminars in the field of teaching, if you participate also in projects of innovation projects of teaching, and your participation in commissions of study plans. And you have to get 50 points within all these activities. It's a 5-year period, okay? It's a 5-year period. I didn't mention before. What about the development of teaching? The class attendance, if you perform free access tutorials, the minutes delivery compliance, the compliance of the learning outcomes, of the if you perform complementary training activities. Also, if you teach not only in your mother idiom language, but also if you teach in English, if you perform academic tutoring or student orientation activities, if you participate in teaching commission or in committees for manager of teaching, and internships and stays of teaching in other universities, up to a maximum of 40 points. Okay, the teaching results are evaluated up to a maximum of 50 points. And what are teaching results? Mainly in the degree of student satisfaction with teaching performance, and how we evaluate the student satisfaction with a survey. So all of the teachers in our university, we are evaluated by our students some weeks before finishing the course. Okay, so before finishing the semester, all the teachers, we are evaluated by our students according to our teaching methodologies and our compliance of our duties and tasks, and so on. And 5 points of these teaching results are the results rate. So the number of or the percentage of students that they pass or they fall over in the exams. So how you can get this, and how you can how much money you can get. Okay, so in this is first the docencia level, and to get an outstanding, good, favorable, or unfavorable. Okay, and it depends of the student valoration from 0 to 10, and the total score of the points that you get in the points that I previously show you in the previous slide. So to get an outstanding valoration, you have to get higher than 7 points from the student valorations, and higher than 80 points, more than 80 points in the total scores in the evaluation. Good means that you have to pass your exams from your students. So your students will evaluate you higher than 5 and a total score of more than 70. Favorable, still, if you don't have a positive evaluation from your students, but you get a total score of more than 50 points. And unfavorable, if your students says that your performance during teaching was very bad, or if your total score was less than 50. So in that case, both of the student valoration or total score are useful. So you if you don't pass the student valorations, or if you don't get 50 points on the score, you will not get a favorable, good, or outstanding valoration. And then with this level of docencia, outstanding, good, and favorable, depending on your teaching intensity, of the number of hours that you teach, you will receive an annual bonus between 490 euros until 2,000 euros per year. Okay. And what about the regional salary bonus in research? So they take into consideration the scientific technique productivity, taking into account different things, like, for instance, the mobility, and you receive several points per unit, as you can see in the table. In the books or chapter of books that you have published, depending if this is national or international, and the scientific paper, depending if they are within the journal citation report or no journal citation report, and if they receive this paper are peer review or no peer review. And also your participation in scientific conferences, like a plenary lecture or scientific committee, in international conferences or national conferences, or oral communication in international and national conferences, and a poster presentation in international and national conferences. So it depends of these things. You will receive some points or less points. And also your participation in the thesis supervision of the PhD or graduate or masters, or patents if they are in use or not in use. Please note that in this regional salary bonus, we don't have yet this knowledge transfer of research bonus. We have teaching and research, okay? No, we don't have yet the knowledge transfer and innovation. And also that's the reason we consider patents here in the research salary bonus. And other activities such as the conference of organization, and you can get up to 2 points if this is international, or up to 1 point if this is national. So, but this depends of the field of research, and then these variables that we have previously seen in the slides will be multiplied by some factor that they are listed in the table, depending on the fields of scientific production. So some field of research like science, they put more attention and it's more important. The publications of scientific papers and the participation in conferences is less important, while, for instance, the technical and biomedicine or the social and humanistic, conferences participation are considered more important than conference participation in science, for instance, or in patents in social science, we don't have it. Or social and humanistic, the participation and the publication of book and book chapter is more important than for science or for technical and biomedicine. So how much money you can get for extra in your salary if you do a good research? It depends. It depends of the points that you get, and also the number of years that you have been involved in the research. I mean, in the 6 years of period. So it is, in my opinion, it is sad in somehow that some good researcher that, for instance, they can get 400 points, but is a Nobel researcher, and only have 1 period of research. Even if he gets more than 400 points, because he only have 1 period of research, he will only receive 650 euros per year. Okay, so he is developing much more research than it is considered for the committee. But more or less, you can get, if you are an all scientific and you are still having a good research, you can receive up to 2,700 bonus euros of so 2,700 extra euros per year. Okay, so these are the salary bonus that they are taking into account for to promote the development of activities in research and teaching, management, and also in the knowledge transfer and innovation. Okay, but what kind of things you can do and which are they considered. So these activities are also considered for our academic promotion. And it depends if you are a lecturer in a non-tenure track, a lecturer in a tenure track, or a lecturer in a private university, you are evaluated for the PEP and within the ANECA Academia. And if you want to promote to an associate professor or a professor, you will be evaluated by academia agency within the ANECA. Okay, so let's see some examples. Sorry, they are in Spanish, but I will try to show you. I think, but sometimes some words are very similar. I think from other languages. So the promotion, to get a positive evaluation, you have to get a minimum of 55 points out of 10 of the sum of all sections in research experience and your teaching and professional experience, okay? And other merits like the management or knowledge transfer and so on. So
Alfonso, I'm sorry, I will again interrupt you. We have a, I think it will be good to have a short break. Yes. And my question is, we have two questions. If we will proceed to the question now or after the break.
I can answer the question now if you want.
No. So I give you the floor. Yes. to finish your presentation, and after that I will tell you the questions. I'm sorry again for interrupting.
So I will continue with my presentation.
Yeah, you will continue the presentation, and but you will have less time to have a respiro.
Okay, don't worry, it's fine. So in this academic promotion, you the research experience in the scientific papers and book chapters and research projects and conferences is considered between 50, and it depends on the field of research, with the experimental science or biomedical science or technical or engineering and architecture and social science and humanities. Okay, so these are the points that you can get from research experience. So as you can see, the research experience up to a maximum of 60 points over 100 you can get. And if you get this maximum, for sure you will receive a positive evaluation. And the other is the your academic experience and the teaching experience and professional experience. I mean, your PhD, your grants that you have received, like for a PhD student or for a postdoc student, and the courses and seminars and other achievement that you get, and research stays on internships in other centers, and your teaching experience and your professional experience. Okay, and then other merits that they should take into account, like for instance the participation in some committees at university and so on. This is for an academic promotion to a lecture in non-tenure track. Okay. For a promotion in a tenure track, it's more or less the same, but in that case, the positive evaluation, you should achieve simultaneously a minimum of 50 points in section 1.1 and 1.2. So research experience and teaching experience up to a minimum of 50 points, okay, and then 5 extra points in the other sections, like your professional experience and your PhD and grants and stays in a foreign institutions, or other merits. Okay, so the sections are the same, but the punctuation is slightly different, and you have to get a minimum of 50 points in research experience and teaching experience in the sum of both of them, and then to get the 5 points to get 55 points out of 100, you have to get these 5 points from academic experience or your professional life or other merits. And then to the promotion to associate professor and full professor, in that cases is the academia who take part of this evaluation, this academia agency, and it's a slightly different process. It's a little bit more complicated. I don't want to extend too much in this evaluation process, but I just want to show you how you can do it. And in that part, 5 different activities are considered: research, teaching, knowledge transfer, and professional activity, and management within the academia and in other sectors, and training so I put here the names in Spanish in yellow and the name in English in white, just to promote your understanding. And of course, research and docent and teaching are the most important things to achieve the minimum qualification, but you can combine different qualifications. So then you will not get points in numbers, you will get evaluations in a categorical criteria. A is excellent, B is good, and C is compensable with other activities, and E is negative. So then to get this A, B, and C qualifications, sorry, I forgot to mention that C means that, okay, you don't get enough points in one of the activity, but you can get more points in the development of other activities. For example, to get a positive evaluation, you can get a good evaluation in research and in teaching, but if your evaluation in teaching is C and not B, you can get a positive evaluation if your research activity is still good and you have performed a training or a knowledge transfer and innovation activity and considered as good. Okay? Or maybe you haven't got a good research activity, but your teaching activity is good and your knowledge transfer and innovation activity is excellent. So you can combine these things. And to get this, you have some mandatory merits, the contributions, and these mandatory contributions are in research and in teaching. For associate professor, like 4 contributions and a minimum of 4 teaching academic courses, or an equivalent of 500 hours, and a positive evaluation in the Docentia program for teaching evaluation. Okay? And the complementary contributions could be in research and in teaching, like participation in research projects, or positive evaluation in 6 years period of research, of internships in other countries or research institutes, and participation in conference and the supervision of doctoral thesis and so on. And the research in teaching could be the supervision of graduate or master thesis, or postgrad courses, or Erasmus courses, or innovation teaching project activities, or scientific outreach or teaching outreach, communications, and 4 years of teaching in other institutes, and so on. Okay, this is compensatory for knowledge transfer and professional activity like patents and implications on technologies-based companies, transference with contracts with companies, and some other activities that we have previously mentioned in the 6-year period of knowledge transfer and innovation. Okay. And only you can also participate like management activities within the academia, like in the to be a vice rector or secretary of head of department, of the dean of the faculty, or coordination of direction of official master studies, and so on. So you need to be a professor to promote a professor, at least 8 years as a dean or a vice rector, or 12 years as a head of the department to get the higher qualification, or a good qualification of 4 and 5 years, or in this secretary of faculty or coordination activities, 4 years to promote to get a good qualification in this area, in this block, for associate professor, or 12 years as a full professor. Okay, and this is the qualification for promotion into full professorship in the research, teaching, transfer knowledge, and management. You have specific merits or contributions in the research, in the teaching. For instance, you have to present 4 very high quality contributions and minimum number of scientific contributions, depending of the research area. In my case, in the research area of natural science, you have to present a minimum of 40 papers published in journal citation reports, most of them in the first quartile. And then in the teaching contribution, you have to teach for a minimum of 1,400 hours, and to have a positive evaluation in the Docentia program about your teaching activity, and a minimum of postgrad of 3 years of the supervisor of 5 master theses, of at least 1 PhD thesis, and many other contributions. And the research contributions to be complemented to the other evaluations could be based on research projects in the 6-year periods of research evaluation, stays in foreign research institutes, participation in conference and seminars, and editorial committees, directions of of master theses, or Erasmus programs, and innovation project, teaching projects, and so on. And if you don't get this within research and teaching, you can also apply. You can submit merits from knowledge and knowledge transfer and professional activities, like the directions in chairs, academic chairs, in collaboration with business and industry, that we will focus later within the next presentations. Patents and individual industrial and intellectual properties, spin-offs, participation in spin-offs, or startups, or the transference with the research contrast with business companies, and to be a professional outside the academia, or activities in hospital, institution, or technological centers, and so on. And of course, the participation in the management within the academia, like a rector, pro-rector, vice-rector, dean, head of department, and so on, it is also considered. As an average, the promotion to professor and associate professor receive a positive evaluation in the 84% of the cases in the last years, and it depends on the different areas of research, as you can see here. And yes, it's you also have a penalization if you get a negative evaluations, and you cannot apply for a new evaluation for the next 6 months. So you have to wait for 6 months before to ask a new evaluation if you have received a negative evaluation to the promotion. And finally, you can also be considered in your activities like awards. And in my university, you receive an award for the quality of the teaching excellence, the research excellence, of the knowledge transfer excellence. So then you can find here more information in these web pages and PDF files. And that's all. So I finish here my second presentations, and it's time now for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your very interesting and detailed presentation. This is very, very important for our today's events. So 2 short questions. One from a doctoral student. Can a doctoral student publish a scientific article in a scientific journal of the Spanish university? This is the first question.
Thank you very much for the question. And not only they can, but they should publish. So to defend the PhD thesis, the PhD student should have at least 2 papers or 2 chapters of his or her thesis published in top quality journals or journals within the journal citation report or social citation report. So this is mandatory in my university nowadays. So they are encouraged to publish their research within the 4 or 5 years of period of a PhD grant.
Yes, thank you very much. The second question is there a difference in the evaluation and promotion of people in a retirement age? Do they have the right to request evaluation for promotion? Are the condition and decision identical regardless of the candidate age?
Thank you very much for the question. This is very interesting because we also have these retired people in our university. And I think that they cannot apply for a new evaluation if they are retired, okay? So they can get the evaluation within the period of life, of professional life, where they are active, but no later, no when they are retired, because these are as extra salary that they receive for the month salary, okay? But this extra salary bonus are taken into account for the money that they receive after they retire, when they are retired, for their pension. Okay, I don't know if you understand, if I correctly answered to your questions, but this is more or less what happened in Spain. So retired people are not allowed to ask for a new evaluation. Okay?
Yeah, I understand. I understand. If it is clear, I think we will see this in our chat. We have another question linked to the company. There are a lot of companies that could have a mediocre or insecure attitude toward feasible results with regard to functional innovation realized by the academic environment. How did you involve the business partners, their confidence toward the investment in order to increase the chance for sustainable research? What technique of educational marketing?
Yes, I think this question will be answered within the next presentation.
Next sessions.
The next session. I apologize for that, but I invite to the person who asked me to that questions to be present in the next presentations, because we will show you more than 50 good practice examples and cases of the university business comparison and how we achieve this university business comparison. But this is quite relevant question because we are persons and the cooperation is based because we trust each other. Okay, for many times we consider, okay, from the academia we say, oh, with the business are outside of my range. I'm from the business, oh, this academia are just lazy people just doing some basic science that it doesn't work for nothing. This is my experience. So I think nowadays will ask me again, why do you study diseases in wildlife? I can tell them, don't you know what is important to study the viruses in bats in China? Because the economy of the world have collapsed because one virus that came from a bat in a cavern in China. So our environments from the business and the teaching activities and the university activities are now closer and closer. And we will show you many practice cases that we can, how we can work together.
Thank you, Alfonso. I will give you, I think, 2 or 3 minutes for a short respiro, yeah. And we will go again for the next session. I think in 3 minutes. It is good.
Okay, perfect. It's enough. Yeah? Thank you very much.
3 minutes.
See you in 3 minutes.
Yeah. Începem sesiunea a 3-a a ședinței seminarului de astăzi. Această sesiune este dedicată relațiilor complicate, dar importante între industrie, cercetare și procesul de predare, crearea parteneriatelor. Pentru a ocupa cât mai puțin loc, îi ofer cuvântul de dată doctorului Marzal. Please, I give you the floor to you.
Yes, thank you very much. And I am going to present the new PowerPoint about these things, and this will be like a continuous showing practical examples about the next 3 sessions. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I think you will have you have the PDF files of my presentations, and I will very happy if you can disseminate these presentations across all the participants.
Yeah, it's true. It's our traditional experience, and we will do it. Deci toate prezentările evident că vor fi diseminate, prezentate tuturor participanților după seminar. It's true.
Yes, because there is too much information for just these things we can be discussing for many days, and we just have a very few hours, and this is too much information. So you can apply for more information. I think you have my email address there. So in case you have any question, please, I will be very happy to answer all the questions within the next days, weeks, and years, and so on. So do have my contact, and you can contact me whenever you want. Okay, so I'll start to share my screen again.
Yeah.
And
We see it.
You see it? Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
Yeah, nice, nice, very good. This is the slow slideshow started.
Yes, and so within the next sessions, we will mainly focus on three different points. One is about the challenge, benefits, and the means of engaging industry and business company in the research and teaching processes and partnerships. We will also talk about entrepreneurship and how to integrate the entrepreneurship in the teaching and program design, and the European policy framework for our university business cooperation and for entrepreneurship training. In all of this session, I will show you more than 40 case studies, okay? Where is the starting point of that? So I was thinking about how to present these ideas, many ideas today. And after one conversation with the National Erasmus Office of Republic of Moldova, so I was asked to present as many practical cases as possible. And for that, I think we should first to recognize where are we, which are the things. And so I focus on one study executed for the European Commission's the DG Education and Culture that it was performed between 2016 and 2018, aiming to determine at what extent it was the university business cooperation in Europe, and which are the mechanisms that were supporting this university business cooperation, but also the motivators and facilitators, the drivers affecting the UBC, and the barriers affecting the cooperation between the business and the university. And this was a study made from the perspective of both university and business. And I use this study because it's the largest international study ever completed on the topic university business cooperation, because it includes 52 good practice case study, 24 expert interviews, a survey, a very huge survey with over 17,000 responses, with reviews from policies and indicators, and it was reported from 22 different countries. So I think this is a very, very good study to see what. So I have used this study to make a soft analysis of university business cooperation and entrepreneurship, mainly focus on the weakness and main barriers and drivers, but looking at this weakness as opportunities for improvement. So in these opportunities of improvement that they were diagnosed in the study, I want to show you how to improve them, how to develop them. So I will focus on the what, on the how, and on the who. What is the opportunity? How we can improve, how we can develop this opportunity, and who can do this improvement of the opportunity. Showing you 45 different practice cases from 16 university business companies organizations and foundations. I'm providing you 25 web links for to get more information. The first thing is that in the university business cooperation, there are 14 different activities. And in these different activities, in that university and business we can cooperate, are grouped in 4 blocks: in education, in research, in valorization, and in management. How we can collaborate in the education? We can collaborate, for instance, in the co-design of curriculum, in which employers will be involved in the curriculum designs in higher education institutes. Or in the curriculum co-delivery, where we can have guest lecturers for our lessons from business or industry companies. And to implement the mobility of students, to develop student internships and placements. Also in the dual education programs, because some part of the program of education or the teaching program could be in the academic and could be some other parts could be practical. And also, in the involving people from business in the education and professional training. We can also collaborate in the research activities. For instance, performing joint research and development projects, and including joint funded research. Also, the researchers could be contracted by business company as a consultants, or promotion of the mobility of staff, of temporal mobility of academics to go to the business company, and people from business company to develop some activities and to temporal move to the higher education institute. And in the valorization, we can collaborate between with industry about on the commercialization of research and development outcomes, like patents or other products. And in the academic entrepreneurship, like spin-offs, or the student entrepreneurship, like startups companies. And finally, it is very important also to collaborate in the activities of management. In the governance, for instance, you can have academics in the business board, or business people in the boards of academic. We can share researchers, personnel, equipment, or infrastructures, and we can receive the industry support, like endowments, sponsorship, or scholarships. Just 1 second, please. Okay, sorry for that, because I have a problem with my screen. So in which area, or at what extent, do you cooperate with business and university? This was the question that it was done to academics, to managers of higher education institute, and to business company. And in a scale of between 1 and 10, from not all developed or highly developed, you can see that research area is the more developed for both academics, okay, and from business. The education is the more developed for higher education institute managers, and the valorization and management are the areas with the less developed by all of us. So in any of the groups of academics, managers, and business people, the valorization and management were the ones with less cooperation with the other actor. And this is despite the EU policies, because the policies from European Union are promoting the valorization and management. This could be one opportunity to develop. And the managers of higher education institute are the one with, let's say, optimistic about the areas in cooperation, because they perceive the development of the communication of the cooperation between business and university higher in all the areas, in research, in education, in valorization and management, than the business or academic do. When the academics were asked to what extent do you cooperate with business, and you can see here the difference between cooperating academics and non-cooperating academics. The most cooperation was done in mobility, in joint research and development, and in consulting. Okay. Almost 100% of academics that cooperate in one activity, they also cooperate in multiple UBC activities. So people who cooperate in many things. But still, there is a high proportion of cooperating academics that they do not cooperate in staff mobility of valorization and management. You can see here that not at all is very high in some activities. For instance, in valorization and management is very low in compared to other activities. Okay, but even for cooperation, so they can say, okay, but if we cooperate, that's all. We still cooperate. Yes, but even when for cooperating academics, for people working in academia that cooperate, there is still room for increased cooperation. So we can always do better. Okay. But sometimes you say, okay, it seems that no business cooperation means that no cooperation at all. No, it doesn't mean so, because if you ask, or you consider how many academics cooperate with business, government, or societal actors in respect to research and education, you can see that 46% of academics who cooperate with business also cooperate with other external actors. But 32% of academics that do not cooperate with business, they how we can foster the impact of higher education institute on society. So they should speak about external cooperation instead of cooperation with business. So external cooperation or cooperation with employers will be a more appropriate term rather than cooperation with business, because you can see that academics cooperating with business or not cooperating with business here, they still cooperate in other activities with in management, valorization, research, and education. So let's do the same questions to the business people. To what extent do you cooperate with universities? And you can see that European business cooperate most in joint research and development and student mobility, but still other activities are less developed. For instance, the curriculum co-design or the curriculum co-delivery or lifelong learning activities. Is that because the higher education institutes, the universities, do not promote the participation of the business or industry people in the design and the delivery of curriculum on our lessons, or they do not allow them to participate in lifelong learning activities, or this is just because they don't have time or energy to participate within academia? So it will be any or other answer to that question. Still is clear, there are many opportunities yet for greater collaboration with the universities and higher education institutes. We have already seen this survey as a start point, and they can focus on that. So we already mentioned the results from this survey to promote professional internship and so on. Which are the key findings about how university and business cooperate? We have seen that there are 14 recognized UBC activities. Cooperations and research and educations are well developed, but still there is room to improve these research and education activities. Most cooperating academics and business undertake research cooperation. There are less developed areas like valorization and management within academics and business people for cooperation, despite the European policy measures focus heavily on valorization activities at higher education institute. The academics that do not cooperate with business, that not means that they do not cooperate with other external stakeholders. And the more important thing, there is still room for more cooperation. All management activities for university business cooperation are at low level of development. So we should focus and develop these activities. And for that, there are many cases. So in the first session, I told you that we need, for the development of research-based training or teaching, and for the development of university business cooperation, and for the development of entrepreneurship, we need resources in terms of money, funding, and infrastructure, and settled services and offices, and the governance. So this is the slides I previously showed you about how it's going on in my home university, and which services are just recently increased, like the Sapient services, the service of support of the entrepreneurial initiative, and how important it has been the research management, results management, and transfer service for our daily job. I will show you some examples about that. So which are the recommendations to promote university business cooperation? We have to be sure that there are mechanisms to support the development of the cooperation. How? We come to receive fundings to cooperate to cooperative research projects and look for ways to bring in business into basic research projects. So many research projects, including myself projects, that I have performed for many years are basic research projects. Basic research, basic science. So how to change our idea of producing basic science to producing applied science. It is not easy and it takes some time, but and the outcome of my basic science and put the idea in practice, because the applied science, there is no applied science without basic science. Okay, so we need to build a bridge to connect basic science with applied science. And of course, we have to provide funding opportunities to undertake research and education cooperation with other external actors, to involve the business, the government, and other societal actors, and to identify to what extent the cooperation taking place between the higher education institute and business in the country.
Alfonso, I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you. Could we have the time also for our Moldovan speakers, maybe in 5 minutes, 3 minutes?
Yes, yes. Do you mean, should I stop the presentation in 5 minutes?
Yeah, I think it will be good to have intervention from Moldovan University, and after then we will proceed to our session and to your presentation.
Yes, yes, sure. I will stop in 5 minutes, and then it could be. I think this could benefit to the audience. A colloquium and new. Yeah, it will. That will fine. Yeah. So I will go on for 5 minutes now.
Very good. Thank you very much.
So and yes, we have to identify and to measure the cooperation. Okay. Some grants, like National Geographic Society grants, and we have some funding lines, funding grants to support some research plus development plus innovation projects in business companies. And for instance, in the Center of the Development of Industrial Technology, which is a public business entity with the aim to improve the technological level of the Spanish company by implementing some of the next activities like financial and economical technical assessment plus R&D projects implemented by companies, to foster in the Spanish participation in international technological cooperation programs, to foster also the international business technology transfer and support the service for technological innovation, and to consolidate, to set up and consolidate base technological companies. And there is a program called Entrepreneurship Plus 5+5 that is carried out within countries of the Mediterranean region to encourage the startup of technology-based company that they were originated in public university. And this is a specialized training program to get knowledge and useful tools for the creation of the company and to define the strategy and actions. But also this Entrepreneurship 5+5 program also allow a mobility program of international states to improve their knowledge of the local markets and to establish networking, which is very important nowadays, and to acquire the knowledge of the legal and regulatory aspects of the region. and also how to promote the short and long-term benefits from university-business relationship and for university engagement. I think I kind of stop here because the next slides are linked to this recommendation. So I will be happy to hear about stakeholders and some other people from Moldavia now.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alfonso. My mission is very grateful to follow the schedule and the agenda. Sorry for interrupting you. We will proceed and eu trec în română. Îmi pare foarte bine să-i ofer cuvântul doamnei Aurelia Hanganu pentru a prezenta experiența Universității de Stat a Moldovei, deci doamna profesor Aurelia Hanganu, vicerector pentru activitatea de cercetare științifică a Universității de Stat. Vă rog, doamna Hanganu.
Doamna Menide, mulțumesc. Dacă o să-mi permiteți și să distribui asta,
sigur.
prezentarea mea, atunci cred că voi reuși să fiu ceva mai organizată, cel puțin. Mulțumesc. Deci e vorba despre...
Se vede, dacă puteți porni și la slideshow, tot ar fi bine.
Imediat.
Așa. E bine, minunat, mulțumesc.
Bun. Tocmai urmăream prezentările domnului profesor Alfonso Marzal Reynolds, dacă nu greșesc al treilea nume, și mă gândeam la faptul că subiectele care au fost puse sau aspectele problemei care au fost puse astăzi în discuție sunt foarte diferite și este și firesc, ori însăși activitatea de cercetare sau integrarea cercetării cu activitatea educațională este una foarte complexă și presupune diferiți actori, ori aceasta se poate realiza în același timp la diferite niveluri ale învățământului universitar. Deci, dacă în Republica Moldova putem discuta și despre elemente care se regăsesc în învățământul licență și la nivel de master, cu atât mai mult se regăsește la nivel doctoral și respectiv avem și partea care ține deja de competența cadrelor didactice, cadrelor academice implicate în activitatea de predare și care în special își au componenta numărul 1, să zicem așa, cea axată pe activitatea de cercetare. Ori, dacă mă refer la cazul Universității de Stat, este unul foarte relevant, aceasta fiind universitatea cu profil generalist care include cele mai multe tipuri, întâi de toate, de proiecte de cercetare în sânul său și aceasta demonstrează varietatea de aspecte și varietatea de discipline care pot fi abordate în această discuție pe care o avem noi astăzi, referitoare la relația dintre educație și cercetare și integrarea aspectelor de cercetare în activitatea educațională. Acum, ceea ce urmează să vă prezint sunt doar niște creionări, nu am avut intenția să fac o prezentare propriu-zisă, sunt doar câteva idei sau câteva întrebări mai degrabă pe care mi le pun atunci când este vorba despre organizarea sistemului educației doctorală în Republica Moldova. Ori așa cum se știe bine, avem sau suntem în proces de implementare a unui nou sistem, chiar dacă au trecut ceva ani, provocările încă sunt foarte multe și aspectele care țin sau aspectele care urmează să fie gestionate reclamă eforturi considerabile, mai ales din partea administrației și celor care gestionează activitatea de doctorat. Deci, de ce m-am oprit asupra activității doctorale sau educației doctorale? În primul rând, dat faptul că educația doctorală este prin sine o educație care se realizează prin cercetare și în sânul cercetării, ori aceasta este esența ei întâi de toate. În al doilea rând, așa cum ziceam, parcurgem o perioadă de reformă a sistemului educațional, inclusiv sau care se reflectă în cea mai mare parte probabil asupra educației doctorale, ori în acest sens avem și o schimbare de perspectivă, o schimbare de accente de la ce a fost educația doctorală până la 2015 și ce a devenit educația doctorală după 2015. Dacă până atunci ea reprezenta un stagiu, o etapă inițială a carierei de cercetare și, de fapt, una prestigioasă, selectată, nu toată lumea urma și putea să urmeze aceste cursuri doctorale, atunci, în perioada actuală sau în sistemul actual, vorbim despre educația doctorală ca o parte a sistemului de creștere educațională, deci nivelul 8 de educație, incorporată în sistemul educațional. Bineînțeles că este relaționată cu cariera academică, dar în același timp nu numai. Deci există pe alocuri beneficii pentru reprezentația unor discipline care îi și provoacă să-și facă studiile doctorale, dar care, spre regret, rămân numai la nivelul, să zicem, obținerii tezei de doctorat și mai departe nu merg într-o carieră cercetare ca atare. În afară de aceasta, vorbim despre competențe înalte ale personalului implicat în educația doctorală și anumite asumări de responsabilități, asumări de trasee pe care urmează să le conducă atât mentorul, atât conducătorul de doctorat, cât și întreaga comisie de îndrumare care se află acum în jurul unui doctorant. Și în același timp vorbim despre un beneficiu financiar, orică tot a fost vorba despre bonusurile financiare astăzi în prezentarea domnului profesor. Deci atunci când vorbim despre educația doctorală, vorbim despre un beneficiu financiar foarte mic, atât în perioada cât doctorandul se află propriu-zis în stagiul de studii, cât și în perioada imediat următoare, căci bonusul pe care îl are de la obținerea diplomului nu este nici cel mai mare și nici creșterea în carieră nu este absolut să zicem, asigurat. Acum, am încercat să înțeleg ce s-a întâmplat în această perioadă în ceea ce privește sistemul de studii doctoral de Republica Moldova și am luat elementar listele de doctoranți pe care le-a publicat Ministerul Educației, Culturii și Cercetării la momentul 2015, deci la prima admitere care s-a întâmplat după sistemul nou. Și am găsit acolo că au fost înmatriculați circa 50 de studenți în educația doctorală, studenți pe bază de buget, finanțarea din bugetul statului și studenți în bază de taxe. Aceștia regăsindu-se în 41 de școli doctorale care au fost formate între timp în cadrul instituțiilor de învățământ superior din Republica Moldova. Astfel, Universitatea de Stat din Moldova a bifat 11 școli doctorale, Universitatea Dimitrie Cantemir la momentul acela a înregistrat 8 școli doctorale, Universitatea Tehnică a Moldovei 6 școli doctorale, Universitatea Pedagogică de Stat în Creangă 3 doctorale și alte școli doctorale, câte una, cu excepția Universității de Studii Europene Stere, care, pe lângă propria sa școală, a mai avut încă o școală doctorală în consorțiu cu Academia de Studii Economice. Deci, din această organizare pe care am putut-o urmări la acel moment și în discuțiile pe care mi le amintesc, în care se duceau în jurul organizării studiilor doctorale, prima idee a instituțiilor a fost ca școala doctorală să aibă un profil cât mai îngust, astfel încât să asigure un traseu foarte specializat pentru eventualii candidați care își vor face studiul în cadrul acestor școli doctorale. Respectiv, acest număr se reflectă în cele 41 de școli doctorale create în Republica Moldova la anul 2015. În 2020, pentru că cifrele pentru 2021 nu sunt afișate și respectiv eu nu pot să discut despre ele, dar în 2020, iarăși conform listelor pe care le-am selectat de pe site-ul Ministerului Educației, Culturii și Cercetării, Avem deja 24 de școli doctorale, 24 zic aproximativ, pentru că aici am fixat cu roșu tocmai reorganizarea școlilor doctorale care a avut loc în cadrul Universității de Stat din Moldova, la admitere fiind toate cele 19, dar pe parcursul anului ele fiind reorganizate în 6 școli doctorale. Deci amintesc, școala doctorală sau Universitatea de Stat, în urma fuzionării cu Universitatea Dimitrie Cantemir, a acumulat și cele 8 școli doctorale pe care le avea Dimitrie Cantemir, care s-au plusat la propriile 11 școli doctorale. Astfel s-a pomenit la 1 septembrie 2020 cu 19 școli doctorale pe alocuri, școli doctorale dublându-se pe profilurile pe care le reprezentau. În urma reorganizării discuțiilor foarte intense care au avut loc pe acest subiect, discuții care au implicat, de fapt, cele mai dificile discuții au fost cele duse cu institutele de cercetare din Republica Moldova, ori școlile doctorale ale Universității Dimitrie Cantemir erau organizate în consorții cu acestea, așa că, la momentul actual, s-a ajuns la formula 6 școli doctorale în cadrul Universității de Stat din Moldova, toate școlile doctorale fiind organizate cu instituțiile de cercetare și nu numai din Republica Moldova. În același timp au urmărit o reorganizare a școlii doctorale și în cadrul Universității de Stat, care au micșorat, au înjumătățit, de fapt, numărul școlii doctorale, de la 6 au ajuns la 3. Universitatea de Stat Ioan Creangă, de la 3, a menținut 2 școli doctorale. Universitatea Testinițanu, care a mers din start pe o singură școală doctorală, în consorții cu toate instituțiile medicale, instituții care au și laboratoare de cercetare din domeniu. Pe celălalt parier, acolo unde am avut câte o școală doctorală, am rămas cam la același număr, cu mențiunea că la Universitatea Astere s-a mai adăugat încă o școală doctorală și avem o școală doctorală nouă la Academia de Poliție. Interesant lucru că nu am găsit în aceste liste doctoranții care ar fi fost matriculat la Universitatea Liberă Internațională din Moldova. Nu pot să zic care este motivul. Cel puțin ei nu se regăsesc în această listă. Deci, observăm că tendința care o manifestă administrația instituției învățământului superioare în organizarea școlii doctorale este spre descreștere. De fapt, aceasta însemnând înglobarea entităților, disciplinilor care sunt gestionarea studiilor doctorale într-o școală doctorală mai largă, ceea ce înseamnă și mai multe profiluri în cadrul acelei școli doctorale. Nu cred că acest lucru s-a întâmplat din necesitatea de menținere sau de ridicarea calității pe anumite domenii. Este mai degrabă o necesitate administrativă care este impusă iarăși de Codul Educației și care presupune inclusiv finanțarea pozițiilor de conducători de școli doctorat în instituțiile de învățământ superior, care duce după sine cheltuieli financiare considerabile. Așa? Acum, în cadrul admiterii la doctorat, deci în cadrul acelor liste am menționat, avem studenți înscriși pe bază de proiecte finanțate din bugetul de stat și, bineînțeles, că avem și proiecte care sunt plătite de înșiși candidații. Acum, atunci când vorbim despre finanțarea pe buget de stat și finanțarea personală a proiectului doctoral, educației doctorale, observăm că avem de a face și cu anumite diferențe ce privește promovarea însăși a proiectelor doctorale ca atare, ori cele care sunt finanțate din bugetul de stat trec printr-o competiție națională, în urma căreia sunt selectate cele mai bune evaluate de experții naționali și asta înseamnă implicit și cele care sunt mai importante pentru națiune, pentru Republica Moldova. Avem o procedură diferită de recrutare, sau cel puțin este ascunsă, căci atunci când vorbim despre proiecte bugetare, un conducător de doctorat care depune de obicei un proiect doctoral, în același timp lucrează acea temă doctorală dinainte cu un posibil candidat doctoral. În procesul de admitere, iarăși, acolo unde avem condiția ca un candidat doctoral să propună în procesul de admitere un proiect doctoral, observăm diferența de proiect doctoral care este pregătit din timp, deci legat de procesul recrutare, procesul de competiție și selecție, și un proiect doctoral care este pregătit ad hoc pentru cei care de obicei vin în proiectele acoperite din taxă.
Vă întrerup 2 minute încă, da?
Deci, de asemenea, avem diferențe la nivel de școli doctorale și la nivel de discipline, preferințele fiind pentru cele care tocmai oferă bonusuri. Aici am să fac o paranteză foarte scurtă. Până nu de mult, de exemplu, vorbeam despre privilegiul juriștilor care și au o teză doctorat și care puteau avansa în carieră profesională datorită școlii doctorale, lucru care deja nu se mai întâmplă. Și, bineînțeles, ziceam despre beneficiile și asumările de responsabilități pe care le au cineva. Atunci când vorbim despre programul educațional, vorbim despre partea educațională de bază și partea de lucru sau partea de cercetare, care între ele sunt legate cumva de prezentările publice și ceea ce presupune de fapt difuzarea cunoștințelor și a parcursului educațional pe care un doctorand l-a avut până la un moment, dar aceasta presupune și posibilitatea de intervenție și corecție acestuia. Ceea ce este interesant că la partea educațională de bază aici este implicarea masivă a specialiștilor din domeniu, ori în momentul actual, pe școli doctorale, atunci când se discută despre cursurile generale și despre cursurile de specializare, ori cele proiectate individual pentru fiecare doctorand de către conducătorul științific și comisia de îndrumare, avem situația când conducătorii doctorat și când membrii unei școli doctorale trebuie să ajungă la niște compromisuri, așa cum vorbeam, într-o școală generală foarte largă ca domenii pe care le acoperă. Și din cele ce urmăream se cer câteva idei, se remarcă câteva idei de bază. În primul rând, cea de organizare a școlilor doctorale în cluster cu instituțiile care presupun cercetarea. Și zic în acest sens, atât Universitatea de Stat de Medicină și Farmaceutică, de fapt, a demonstrat viabilitatea acestui cluster, acestei comuniuni de angajare în educația doctorală. Și la momentul actual, Universitatea de Stat din Moldova merge pe aceeași filieră, ori aceasta înseamnă, bineînțeles, implicarea personalului calificat în cercetare, pe de o parte, și pe de altă parte, în același timp, și transfer de cunoștințe și transfer de experiențe.
Vă mulțumesc.
Bineînțeles, adaptări de metodologii, transfer de cunoștințe și cunoaștere către generația principală și o problemă care, de fapt, se leagă și de ceea ce spunea domnul profesor mai sus, educația doctorală sau doctoratul profesional, care în Republica Moldova, la momentul actual, este chiar o problemă și nu știu în ce măsură poate fi promovat, de exemplu, în cercetarea pe domeniile largi, în afară de sport, în afară de educația prin arte frumoase și așa mai departe.
Vă mulțumesc foarte mult, doamna Hanganu, și pentru idei și pentru prezentare care oricum arată aspectele și problemele care stau în fața învățării, predării bazate pe cercetare și a cercetării în universitățile din Republica Moldova. Am fi vrut să vă prezentăm și experiența Universității de Medicină și vreau să vă mulțumesc doamnei Elena Raevski, doctor abilitat, șeful, directorul Departamentului de Cercetare a Universității de Medicină și Farmacie din Republica Moldova. Vă rog foarte mult, doamna Raevski, și vă mulțumesc pentru că ați acceptat să prezentați în acest moment.
Bună ziua, stimați colegi! Mulțumesc, doamna Melinte, pentru posibilitatea de a interveni. Îi mulțumesc foarte mult domnului dr. Alfonso Marzal pentru aceste prezentări care au fost foarte utile și care ne-au dat nouă încă o dată, știți, un plus de siguranță că cel puțin suntem în direcția care astăzi abordările care sunt la nivel internațional. Eu aș vrea să partajez ecranul meu, așa, pentru ca ceea ce am să spun în câteva minute și aș vrea ca dumneavoastră să-mi confirmați dacă se vede.
Da, se vede și puteți să porniți și slideshow și atunci se va vedea pe întreg ecranul.
Așa. Așa e bine?
Foarte bine, da. Se vede și
Da,
se
vă
aude
mulțumesc
minunat.
foarte mult. Deci, eu aș vrea, la fel ca și doamna prorector, să împărtășesc ideile, nu că ideile, dar experiența pe care o avem noi în ceea ce privește învățarea prin cercetare sau educație prin cercetare. Și, în primul rând, aș vrea astăzi, având în vedere că suntem restrânși în timp, să mă opresc la faptul că ultimii ani chiar am făcut efort pentru a fortifica capacitatea instituțională privind planificarea sub aspectul strategic a acestui principiu de importanță internațională. Înainte de a trece nemijlocit ce anume Universitatea de Medicină astăzi, deci ce are la dispoziție ca și documente de care ne conducem, aș vrea foarte succint și scurt să vă prezint universitatea, pentru că documentele sunt bazate pe aceste informații. Deci universitatea are, după câte vedeți, peste 60 de catedre, 4 departamente, 23 de laboratoare, are un staff academic în jur la 1000 de oameni, dintre care 723 sunt cu titluri științifice. Avem circa 6000 de studenți, dintre care 1600 sunt internaționali. Avem rezidenți 1282 și anual 5000 de doctori și farmaciști fac perfecționare în cadrul universității. La fel, educația, deci învățământul în universitatea noastră se face în 4 limbi. Deci predăm în 4 limbi: româna, engleza, rusa și franceza. Și de aceea universitatea recunoaște și ține cont de faptul că atât beneficiarii, studenții, cât și stafful academic necesită să fie însoțiți în formarea lor profesională, pentru că importanța asta este una majoră. Deci universitatea are 5 facultăți. O facultate de medicină, numărul 1 și numărul 2, numărul 1 pentru studenți locali, numărul 2 pentru studenți internaționali, pentru că numărul lor este impunător și în sensul ăsta a fost necesar de a crea o facultate specială pentru ei, facultatea pentru medicină dentară, farmacie, facultatea rezidențiat și ordinatură clinică și facultatea de educație medicală continuă. Acum, făcând o cunoștință cu structura universității, pentru că documentele care acum aș vrea să le punctez, care acum stau la baza implementării principiului educației prin cercetare, deci aș menționa aici 3 documente strategice pe care le deține astăzi universitatea. Este strategia de fortificare a domeniului cercetării și inovării, acum recent aprobată în 2020, deci fiind o strategie pentru următorii 10 ani, și motoul acestei strategii este educație prin cercetare. Deci strategia este focusată anume pe implementarea acestui principiu prin îmbunătățirea infrastructurii de cercetare, ridicarea nivelului de internaționalizare, deci îmbunătățirea managementului proprietății intelectuale și a transferului tehnologic. Altă strategie care la fel este de o importanță majoră este strategia resurselor umane a cercetătorilor, pe care am aprobat-o în 2015, aderând la Carta Europeană, și de aceea în 2016 Universitatea a obținut logo-ul Excelență în cercetare. Deci se cunoaște principiile acestui document, care dă posibilitate de a îmbunătăți recrutarea și a da posibilitate cercetătorilor de a crește și de a îmbunătăți mobilitatea lor și prin aceasta de a îmbunătăți și aspectele cercetării, schimb de experiență și de a adera la tot felul de rețele de cercetare. Al treilea document, care acum este pe ultima 100 de metri de aprobare, este strategia de știință deschisă, care va urma 2022-2026, dar chiar dacă și acum nu mai o aprobăm, principiile științei deschise sunt în universitatea noastră sub un vizor deosebit, începând, aș zice așa, mai centrat cu anul 2015-2016, atunci când am fost invitați cu ajutorul programului Tempus în proiectul MISCU, unde am și aprobat atunci deci politica accesului deschis. Atunci a fost aprobat și repozitoriul, regulamentul pentru repozitoriu și respectiv a fost și creat repozitoriul universității. Astăzi, fiind în cadrul altui proiect, am fost asistați metodologic și cu tot felul de traininguri pentru a obține o bună viziune asupra implementării mult mai complexe a ceea ce se spune despre o știință deschisă și acum suntem, cum am spus, pe ultima 100 de metri de a o aproba și atunci universitatea va fi pregătită completamente pentru a merge pe 4 piloni a implementării a științei deschise în universitate, cum este accesul deschis, datele deschise și evaluarea deschisă și instrumentele deschise. Strategia care am menționat-o ca prima, deci aici universitatea prin această strategie demonstrează încă o dată că noi cunoaștem și suntem cu viziunea de a face tot posibilul pentru a îmbina educația și cercetare, pentru că aceasta stă la baza responsabilității sociale a universității, că la final societatea așteaptă de la noi oameni pregătiți, oameni care sunt gata să răspundă la așteptările societății. Și acest lucru o putem face numai prin îmbinarea acestor două activități de bază a universității, educația și cercetarea. Și prima a noastră realizare de importanță majoră, dar care este și ca obiectiv în strategia, deci s-a creat Institutul Național de Cercetare în Medicină și Sănătate, în baza USMF Nicolae Testimițanu, unde dumneavoastră vedeți, aici este organigrama acestui institut și scopul îmbunătățirii și actualizării a infrastructurii este anume îmbinarea părții cercetării a USMF Nicolae Testimițanu, cele 5 facultăți care v-am vorbit mai devreme, și cu cercetarea propriu-zisă, adică acele centre, laboratoare, proiecte pe care le are universitatea. Deci infrastructura dată vine să asigure educația prin cercetare și cercetarea avansată. Și desigur, în momentul în care vom obține nivele de îmbunătățire corespunzătoare, deci această structură vine să se integreze în structura internațională a cercetării. Și aici am mici secvențe ca să vă arătăm că universitatea face eforturi pentru a da traininguri, a spori vizibilitatea cercetătorilor noștri prin tot felul de sesiuni de informare, sesiuni de orientare. În cazul de față vedeți activitățile noastre, ceea ce ține de săptămânile accesului deschis, pe care le-am început în cadrul proiectului de care v-am vorbit, programul Erasmus+. Atunci ne-a ajutat foarte mult și noi deci acum continuăm aceste activități, chiar dacă programele se închid, continuitatea lor rămâne ca și o activitate în universitate pentru mulți ani înainte. Și deci din 2014 încoace participăm activ la aceste săptămâni, pentru că în așa fel studenții și cercetătorii noștri află multe lucruri interesante care le dau posibilitatea să se integreze mai bine în ceea ce privește educația și cercetarea. Repozitoriul nostru, care la fel v-am spus că a fost pornit tot în cadrul proiectului Tempus, și atunci când l-am și creat erau, conform graficului pe care îl vedeți, 2134 de publicații care au fost plasate. Astăzi noi suntem deja, deci vedeți, ne apropiem de peste 15.000 de publicații care sunt plasate în acest repozitoriu. Deci în așa fel este un instrument care ne dă posibilitatea să sporim vizibilitatea universității și să creăm conexiuni cu alți cercetători din alte țări. Deci Deci, o multiple workshop-uri, astea sunt ultimele, deci pandemia nu ne-a oprit, chiar din contră ne-a activizat, pentru că momentul online ne dă posibilitate să facem mai multe lucruri. Aici, vedeți, am făcut multe workshop-uri ce țin de pregătirea de informare, ce ține de resursele accesului deschis, de tot felul de posibilități de a face cercetare de calitate. Și, în ultimul rând, am lucrat chiar anul acesta foarte mult pentru a informa cercetătorii și studenții noștri despre rețelele de cercetători care există în lume și de a adera la ele pentru ca universitatea să fie mai vizibilă. Deci, în felul acesta, universitatea înțelege și că avem o mulțime de oportunități, cum este activitate, cum este comunicarea, cum este deci, suportul metodologic și tehnic pe care îl obținem din partea organismelor internaționale. Chiar și evenimentul de astăzi este un exemplu a unei comunicări și a unui suport care ne dă posibilitatea să ne îmbunătățim și noi, dar, desigur, că alături de oportunități sunt și riscuri financiare, riscuri de legislație legate de resurse umane, lucrurile acestea sunt bine cunoscute, dar oportunitățile despre care am vorbit mai devreme ne dau posibilități de a aplana aceste situații cât mai bine posibil. Vă mulțumesc pentru atenție și, ca și medici, ca Universitate de Medicină, vă dorim multă sănătate și să fiți cât mai activi și sănătoși, ca pandemia să nu vă afecteze. Multă sănătate!
Vă mulțumesc mult! Vă mulțumesc foarte mult, doamna Raevski. Într-adevăr, și doamna Hanganu și doamna Raevski au prezentat din diferite perspective situația și dezvoltarea cercetării în universitățile din Republica Moldova, absolut în turmentul acesta al modificării, și vedem că este un moment de fapt și de creștere, deoarece cifrele Universității de Medicină probabil că arată și creșterea la nivel de țară. Exact aceleași cifre le avem și la toate universitățile de care știm, din cauza că cunoaștem aceste proiecte și le urmărim. Ideea noastră și ideea evenimentului acesta, și bănuiesc și domnul Marzal va fi de acord cu mine, că am fi vrut foarte mult ca acest eveniment să fie un început de viitoare colaborare, odată ce, și mai mult și în special deoarece suntem acum în luna noiembrie, exact înaintea publicării apelului nou de proiecte și într-o variantă nouă de proiecte care va permite universităților care până acum și chiar a departamentelor universitare care până acum nu au participat în proiecte Erasmus+, să participe în proiecte mai mici, mai medii și mai mari, pentru a valorifica exact acea problematică foarte diversă care apare și la noi în acest seminar. Vă mulțumesc foarte mult și înțeleg că timpul tuturor este extrem de prețios. Ne întâlnim pentru peste 55 de minute după o pauză pentru a continua acest seminar. Vă mulțumesc foarte mult pentru intervențiile dumneavoastră. Așteptăm foarte mult întrebările participanților, sugestiile și vă așteptăm peste 55 de minute.
Reprezint Universitatea Tehnică a Moldovei. Recent am fost numit în calitate de prorector pentru cercetare și doctorat, dar nu o să vă iau mult timp, având doi antevorbitori cu prezentări ample și excelente, mie îmi va fi mai ușor.
Nu vă auzim. Nu vă auzim, domnul Tomciu.
Deloc nu m-ați auzit?
Nu v-am auzit, da, după prezentare.
Bună ziua!
Nu. Cum să vă spun, prezentarea noastră am auzit-o, dar...
Bun, având doi antevorbitori cu prezentări ample, mie îmi va fi mult mai ușor. Vreau să vă spun că Universitatea Tehnică este unica universitate cu profil tehnic din Republica Moldova. Și mie îmi place foarte mult să spun următoarea frază: știința la Universitatea Tehnică stă în capul mesei. și chiar ne mândrim că la Universitatea Tehnică se află cel mai cotat cercetător din Republica Moldova. Pe de altă parte, doctoranzii, masteranzii și studenții își fac lucrările prin cercetare. Însăși profilul tehnic implică cercetare. După cum a spus doamna Hanganu, avem 3 școli doctorale la Universitatea Tehnică, dar în jumătate de an vom avea doar o singură școală. Din discuțiile avute cu colegii de peste hotare, mai mult din România, deci am înțeles că o singură școală doctorală este foarte benefică pentru universitatea noastră. Astfel, cercetările se vor face la departamente, unde se află centre și laboratoare de cercetare, iar doctoranții vor raporta lucrările la departamente, acolo unde se află și cercetătorii de evaluare. La ședința Senatului din noiembrie vom vota strategia științei deschise. Totul este pregătit deja și ne dorim ca să implementăm această strategie la Universitatea Tehnică. Avem 2 reviste cu acces deschis în care doctoranzii și masteranzii, împreună cu comunitatea științifică UTM, pot să-și publice articole în aceste reviste în mod deschis. Deci aceste 2 reviste sunt categoria B+. În final, vreau să mulțumesc foarte mult domnului profesor Marzal pentru prezentările dumnealui, dar deoarece ele sunt foarte multe subiecte sunt abordate, aș fi foarte recunoscător dacă, împreună cu colegii de la Universitatea Tehnică, am avea acces la ele după ce se finisează acest workshop. Eu vă mulțumesc mult și vă doresc succes în continuare.
Da, vă mulțumesc mult, domnul Trunciu. Evident, așa cum au și cerut toți participanții și așa cum o facem de obicei după oricare din seminarele pe care le avem, toate materialele prezentate astăzi vor fi prezentate participanților, vor fi trimise prin mail și veți avea acces la ele.
Întrebarea mea este, mă iertați, deci noi putem să diseminăm aceste rezultate comunității științifice care o avem la UTM? Sau...
Sigur. Noi, după cum am zis, noi înregistrăm seminarul și îl vom trimite, la fel, împreună cu toate prezentările, vom trimite și înregistrarea. Așa că veți avea acces la toate materialele conferinței.
Vă mulțumesc!
Vă mulțumesc foarte mult, domnul prorector, și vreau să ofer în continuare cuvântul domnului dr. Marzal cu prezentarea privind integrarea antreprenoriatului în designul programelor de predare. Vă rog.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate very much all the presentations from Dr. Hanganu, Ravesh, and Vasile. They have been really nice presentation and information about the situation of the higher education system in Moldova. And I think some of the ideas and information that they have been presented, they will have some correlation within the next slides I am going to present. So I will share my screen again. And go on.
Yeah, we see. Thank you very much.
With the recommendations to promote the university business cooperation. And another thing that we should promote is the short and long-term benefits of university business relationship and of university engagement. So I remember that Dr. Hanganu told us that there is a risk because they don't know if they will be successful or not in the ideas and in the new things that they are promoting. So because she told us about the risk of not to have a short-term benefits, but these benefits could be for sure if you, and I think that you are working on the right side, you are working on the right direction. These results will come sooner or later. Maybe not short-term, but you know, in education, these results usually come on a medium or long term. So keep on going with your ideas. Keep on going with this strategy that you are implementing and following. And I think that more sooner than later you will get these results. And one of the things that we can do is to organize workshops and forums and to distribute information across different media like web pages or brochures or flyers or blog articles for both business people on how working with a higher education institute will benefit the business, and for university managers on how working with business benefits the university. So one of the first questions in the presentations was about how to implement this confidence between business people and university people. And we have to create the environment, the scenario. And of course, university and business will cooperate, will work together if this cooperation will benefit both of them. And it's true that there is a benefit for both business and university, but we should show what kind of benefits they can achieve. And for business people, it will be very important to know that the cooperation with the university will benefit in the competitive and the access to qualified employees and the new discoveries and the reputation of the business company. And for universities to work with business will benefit in the student employability, in the university reputation, and the impact on society, for sure. And then there is an example of one university science foundation from the University of Extremadura. This is a non-profit entity which was promoted by the University of Extremadura, and it was established in almost 20 years ago, with the aim to promote and to develop the relationship between the University of Extremadura and the different economic and social agents of the region. So in my first presentation, I show you who we are, who is the University of Extremadura, and who is the link with the economy and social development of our region. And this foundation promotes the development between the university and the economic and social agents of our region. Also, it is aimed to promote and to protect study and research and the promotion of the university relationship with business companies, and to look for solutions to satisfy the demands, the common needs of both university and companies. And to achieve these goals, to get these objectives, this foundation performs several activities like the creation and provision of specific chairs sponsored by companies. Also, the promotion of laboratories, courses, seminars, conference, and many other activities that can improve and update the knowledge of the business personnel. Also, to promote and to fund research programs of interest to the business sector. Also, to provide funding for a specific study or research across scholarship programs, or to facilitate the employability for graduates in the University of Extremadura, and to promote the training and updating for people working at business, that they can go on with a lifelong learning activities, and to organize conferences and meetings and exchange and visits to promote the collaboration between the university and companies and the society, and also to promote, to develop a real collaboration and a real presence of the company, of the business sector in university activities. For that, they develop these activities in 5 different areas. These areas are more or less this one. So communications and networking, management of training, activities related to the employment and entrepreneurship, specialized training, and projects. And some of these activities are the next one. So they are coded in colors according to the things. For instance, in yellow are those who are related to the management of apply training centers. And for that, for instance, the University Science Foundation, it's in collaboration and promoting the podologic clinic from university, the veterinary clinic hospital from university, and also the Institute of Language, of Spanish language as a foreign language, to promote the Spanish in international companies. Also, in blue, you have the employment and entrepreneurship activities, like short stays in business companies, like the Innova program, or scholarship programs for regional companies, that this is sponsored by another foundation, or co-sponsored by another foundation. Programs Un Impulso that we will look later, or also some postgraduate sponsorship of scholarships in collaboration with the Santander Bank. Also, it is very important their role in the sponsorship of the job, the Oficina de Empleo, which is the job office for students. In green, you can see the training program, like a master studies in green and circular economy, and a specialist course on livestock and livestock production. And about the projects, we have the program of innovation and talent. These are like few examples for that. Okay, but in total, last year there are more than 350 persons working in more than 55 activities performed in collaboration with 260 business companies, that they allow the promotion of many entrepreneurship courses, extracurricular practice and internships, and more than 270 grants and scholarships, and 85 contracts with different companies. And this is just the names of some of the private companies and organism, both public and private organism and institution, where they have some kind of agreement. Also, tomorrow we will have one talk, very interesting talk about the food and the nutrients and the production of green food. Sponsorship by CaixaBank, which is a bank, in the Chair Agrobank, which is sponsored by some other companies. And we also participate in one workshop about the future of the energy, where business sector, industry, and academics participated. Another thing that we can, another example is to promote the scientific and technological dissemination of the University of Extremadura, is the magazine journal. It's a magazine journal, is the Viceversa is the magazine, is the name of magazine. It was launched in 2019, and this is monthly magazine, which is free, and you can download from the UNEX webpage. So you can see at the end, you can see the web link. And now there are more than 100 numbers. It promotes the knowledge and cultural disclosure to society, and brings the work done or performed by researchers at the university closer to the business community. It's a very nice magazine with Macarena is the director, and Gloria is the responsible of graphs of this magazine. And just a few examples for this magazine. For instance, in the number of April this year, it was highlighted the role of the University of Extremadura and the scientists from the University of Extremadura on the fast, quick detection of COVID-19. And another thing that in this number they were highlighted was a system was designed by students of the University of Extremadura to promote the save of water and electricity, especially in the small cities. And also, if some mobile applications and some mobile could facilitate the life of older people. And this was an investigation promoted by one research group at the University of Extremadura for retired people and so on. Another recommendation is to promote shown on long-term benefits across the facilitation of the collection and distribution of good practice of university business cooperation case study, like local press, institutional newsletter and websites, and create videos, guides, e-courses and workshops for starting cooperation and scaling up in the cooperation for academics, business and higher education institute. So this is more or less what Dr. Elena Ravici presented before about these open access sessions in the university. And for that, we have the scientific outreach and dissemination service in our university, when it is in charge of promote the dissemination and the outreach outcomes, and scientific outcomes from the University of Extremadura. And for that, for instance, they have a YouTube channel that you can explore many different videos of that. And the main activities promoted by scientific outreach is the first one could be to communicate the results of scientific research and also technological activities that they are done in the university by means of press releases or the Vice Versa magazine that we already show at the Tubo de Ensayo radio program. For instance, they are in keep touch with the research group of the university in a close relation with all of us, and every time we publish some interesting paper on some research, they prepare a press release about that to share our idea on our outcomes to the newspapers, both in regional and national newspapers, and to promote the outcomes of our research. So this service is very important. It's very important for us. Also, they promote and organize scientific dissemination activities aimed at society, like the European Night of Researchers and the Science and Technology Week and Breakfast with Science. Also, some open access activities like the one we have seen before from Dr. Ravici. And advise and support researchers in communication of science and technology. For instance, this YouTube channel, this is a special program called Science from Home. And in this case, it was promotes the electronic nose that it was discovered by one researcher from our university. And also they are involved in training courses, like to promote especially the scientific outreach across researchers. So we are trained now in scientific outreach and communication because they develop some training courses to show researchers how is the best way to promote and to disseminate their research. and also in a very nice or funny projects. This is one for PhD student, and it's called "This is my PhD thesis," and it's an original and a funny way to promote and to disseminate the thesis, because most of the time we don't know which are the thesis outcomes. So they help you to promote your thesis by a video, by a comic, like this one of the killer gist, and the role in the production of wine. This is done by Rocío Velázquez, this researcher. She's the comic for her, and also from Beatriz Montalbán about the construction models across one video in the channel of the University of Extremadura, and so on. So they are promoting the PhD, they disseminate the PhD thesis. Also some other activities, like for instance the Hint of Science, where scientists went out of our laboratories. We went to pubs and some restaurants, and we organize these activities, and we give short talks of 10-15 minutes in a relaxed ambient with the society, with people coming to the pub, and we talk about neuroscience, chemistry, astronomy, human biology, theology, evolution, history, politics, and many other things. So it is very nice, because Spain is nowadays the one of the countries with the higher number of participants in this innovative and original way of promoting research, scientific and communication. Also, they help to us in the interaction with companies through the offer. So one of the things that we have here in the University of Extremadura is the offer to promote our interaction with the companies. So in our webpage, you can find this business part, this companies part, and it's to contact, and you can find here the model agreements and the profile of the research group, and also the contractor, and what kind of technology we can offer, and also the calendars to do these things. Okay, so now we are going to skip on some more key findings about how do university and business cooperate. And in this, employability and bridging supporting mechanisms, some are more developed than others. For instance, most we can see in the previews, so mobility and joint research and development and consulting are much more developed than valorization and management. So we need more indicators of how to evaluate, because please remember that we previously mentioned that sometimes no cooperation with business does not mean that there is no cooperation at all. So we need more indicators to see how is the commercialization. This is very important to know how is the start point and to see the evolution of that. So there are needs to embrace a broader understanding of what is university business cooperation, as well as of the engagement in a more general way. Okay, we agree that research cooperation is very important, and it means often the starting point of most UBC, and that's probably the reason that we can see that the research and development was the most developed activity between university and business. But once the relationship is created, it will be much easier to expand the activities to other forms of cooperation, like management and valorization, for example. So first, we should focus on the things that we already know that they work. And once we establish, the perfect environment, the perfect scenario for collaboration, we can go further in other forms of cooperation. So we can fund projects, consortiums, and to extend the cooperation activities beyond research to education, to valorization, and to management cooperation. And in these sponsorships chairs that we have at the University of Extremadura, there are some benefits for the university and also for the external entity. For example, the university received funding for research lines from the external entity with a minimum of 30,000 euros per year of sponsorship. Also, the university benefits because it has access to specialized information, and because the training of students and researchers in the business companies. And which are the benefits for the business, for the companies, for the foundations? They receive the help for the research and development and innovation task. And also they can develop of the corporative social responsibility projects because they are very important. They're very important for them. So university and the researchers can help them to develop these projects. Also, the business sector will benefit because they will have a direct access to the human resources and infrastructure of the university. And because the collaboration in the training of the future graduates and pro-graduates and the future employees. Which are the training activities in which sponsorship chairs are involved in University of Extremadura? They are involved in collaboration in postgraduate programs. They also participate in the award of scholarship, both predoctoral and postdoctoral, and in the support of the competition of master and graduate theses, and award them, or award papers, or theses, or ideas. Also, they help in the organization of conferences and seminars, and to promote educational cooperation experiences, and to collaborate in company training programs, and the promotion of meeting of experts in the area of interest of the sponsorship chair, like the previous one that we showed about the production of food in a sustainable environment. Also, they are in the promotion of dissemination activities in the session of topic of interest, in publications, or other activities, or promotion of scientific or technical events, and in the research and development and innovation activities through the development of some research lines, in the support for the competition of PhD theses in the area, like scholarships or grants, and support for research work in the area. And just, I want to show you briefly some examples of the different sponsorship that we have, sponsorship chairs that we have at the university. We have 11 at this point, and one of that was launched in the region was the Energy and Environment Chair between the University of Extremadura and the nuclear power station, and it was started in 2011. It has been a very successful cooperation since then. Some others are more recent cooperation as sponsorship chairs, like the one who is developed between the university and Inge Nostrum company, which is a company aimed in large-scale green energy projects around the world. They have projects in Europe, but mainly in South America, like this one in Antofagasta in Chile. Also, there is the Cátedra, the Internet of Things for the agro-livestock sector, which is promote a cooperation between the university and Telefónica Mobile, Movistar Mobile. It's about big data and the use of ITC in livestock production, and it started last year. And the Cátedra Smart Grids between the university and Gamma Solution about electronic mobility, and different forms of alternative ways of energy sources of production. These are just 4 of the 11 sponsorship chairs that we have. All of them are, as you can see, linked with the university and some companies that they are both national and international, but they are mainly based in our region. Some more key findings about that. As we can see, the mobility of a student is one of the most prevalent form of cooperation in education. And the European business cooperates most in student mobility, while other activities are less developed. So we need still many indicators to measure how the university business cooperation is going on, because probably it is done. There are many different forms of cooperation, but we are not detecting them. So we need many different indicators for that. And with this aim, we have in the University of Extremadura the technical unit for evaluation and quality. This is a very important unit to aim to collect a statistic and to analyze indices to see the evaluation of the different activities and goals that we are performing at university. And that's very important, for instance, to know the university offer and the university demand, about the structure of studies that they are taught in the university, or the access to students to the university and mobility. So where do they come from? Where do they go after completion of studies? How is the enrolled and graduated students' academic processes? How is the results of our teaching, the rate of success, the rate of people who abandon their studies? How efficient are the studies? Which is the degree of satisfaction of the students? How our students go into the labor market? How many times pass since they finish their studies until they get their first job? Is this job just a permanent job or a partial time job? So many different indices and statistics about all these things, and also human resources and research resources. And for example, this has been very important for us to promote the university business cooperation, and to promote the internships in companies, because if we want funding to promote new programs and new services and new offices, to promote the internships in company and the entrepreneurial activities, so we need to show to the regional and national governments that these things that we are doing and promoting, they really have results. And in that case, they really have results in short terms. And you can see that in this graph, as a summary of both tables, the higher proportion in blue of students that they do an internships, they benefit the students because the shorter time until they get a job. So this is one of the indices that we can show to the government to still going on the promotion of internship and entrepreneurial activities. And we have, you have in some universities, as you previously presented, they did open access workshop and seminars, and we have also this recently launched open data web page, when you can see the institutional transparency about all the management and good practice of the University of Extremadura, about the academic information, human resources, the university in numbers, research, knowledge transfer and innovation, and we're present in internet and the research project and applications on open data. And for examples, you can find information about the research group, and we have more than 1,900 people involved in research, and more than 200 research groups, and almost 50,000 publications, and 160 industrial properties, and almost 3,000 research projects and contracts with company, and more than 1,300 PhD theses. So all these information you can find in open access at University of Extremadura. For example, this is one of the information that you can find in open data web page, and this is about my research group, and we have a form of 14 different researchers performing 6 different lines of research. We have one patent, and recently we have last year 3 PhD were defended in my group, and we have developed 36 research projects with more than 200 publications in last years. So you can click on each of these parts or even on our names, and you can find all the information of all of us. And also about the industrial properties, as you can see here, and the research project and business contracts. So which projects are going on, which are the business contracts that they were performed during the last years, and so on. And also, for instance, the spin-offs that are being performed at university. So all this information is in open access, and it's very important for both the students and researchers, and even the business sector and the industry sector to perform business and to know what we do. Another thing is to promote the cooperation with employers in education. So we need more practical programs within and cross faculty. It could be very helpful to promote the business, to promote to business the importance of UBC in education, and it could be, for instance, including employer in curriculum design, which is something that it has been not really well developed for many years up in Spain. And why not to include business also in the curriculum with lessons from industry, from presentation, case study, or the student project that they can be performed or done in business companies, or internships and site visits, and applied problem-based learning, or work-based learning, and many other pedagogical techniques that enable the employment-connected learning. So these are very important, I think, and it could be very, very highlighted things to do in the futures. And one thing of cooperation could be, for instance, the mentoring and teaching opportunities at universities from people coming from business center, and also to implement internships and student projects and the industrial PhD thesis. Also to provide more flexible and prestigious opportunity for business people to teach, to involve the business people in the lessons and in the teaching and in the offer of a teacher. We have these associate teachers that they are teachers that they work outside university in 80% of their time, and 20% of their time, of the professional time, they develop at university, because they teach at the university for several hours per week, just a few hours, less than the normal academic teachers, but very important because they provide a very useful and, let's say, real world problems about the business sectors, and this information is very useful for the students. Another good practice could be the company-based doctorates and European industrial doctorate designation. And this is, for instance, this is one example that is carried out by the University Autónoma of Madrid. In these company-based doctoral programs, they provide the researcher with the skills that they are needed to develop research and development projects and to promote these kind of activities in the business environment, not in academic environment. And they also implement the interactions between the academic and business world and strengthen the social impact of a doctoral study. So what is a company-based doctorate or a European industrial doctorate? This is kind of PhD in what PhD candidate may pursue a company-based doctoral program, but they conduct all or part of their research in collaboration with a public or private company or a public institution. It is mainly aimed for industry and business sectors. How can be an example for that? You can think that one company has a problem because they want to develop one product and to develop one study pilot about one innovative product or whatever, and they contact with the university and try to find a research program or a development program to develop this idea, to find the solution of this idea. And this is a research-based teaching and learning, as you can see, because the student will perform a PhD mainly focused on to produce a prototype, a solution to fit or to meet with the company needs. So the research plans are relevant to the host company or organization, and of course they can generate knowledge which is lead to innovation. It should be a sign to promote this collaboration, this PhD in industrial PhD. It will be a document should be signed between the university and company, in which it is stated the obligation from the university and the obligations of the company, and which are the selections on how is the selection process for the candidate. And then there's a commercial or employment contract between the PhD candidate and a public or private sector company or the government agency. The supervisor, the main supervisor, is designated by the program academic committee, but there is a co-supervisor provided by the host company or public organization that also acts as a thesis co-supervisor. One example of this in another universities, in the Universidad of La Laguna, where Carmen Carro, that researcher, she performed the first industrial PhD in the University of La Laguna. And it was a promotion between the University of La Laguna in cooperation with the Ministry of Science and Innovation and a BioSigma company to transform low-cost substrates like amino acids into fine chemicals with more complex structures but a high added value. So she performed one research in which the excedent of BioSigma that they produce as a low-cost substrates, they were changed into a new type of chemicals, more complex, but with a high value. So from a low-cost product, they will be able to give a new life from this low-cost product, producing product with a high added value in a circle way. And who provides the fundings? Who grants the industrial doctorate? The grants could be total or partial provided by the companies, and when they are partial provided by companies, they also share some funds from the Spanish government or regional government, or even the European industrial doctorate activities like ITN Marie Curie. This, as I told you, in this University of La Laguna, it has just recently developed the industrial PhD, but there are some other universities in Spain, like the Universitat Politécnica de Catalunya, where these industrial doctorates are much more developed. And for example, today, so they are updated data, the more than 200 projects have been funded, and more than 150 researchers from the University of Polytechnic of Catalonia are supervising industrial doctorate. From these researchers belong to 19 different research groups. And more than 170 companies are involved, and they have already completed 49 industrial doctorate theses. Also, you can see that one of the recommendations to promote the UBC, the University Business Corporation, was to provide the support for the creation of new curricula, to redesign and to modernize existing curricula at higher education institute. So one of the things could be, as we have previously mentioned, to incorporate people from business sector to the design of the new curriculum. But sometimes the curriculum are already designed, so we have to redesign or to update the existing curricula. And we need to provide the information and training programs to set up the processes that includes the business in the design of new or to redesign existing curricula. So the question is how to execute the employers forums or surveys or interviews or partnership on how to structure the external advisory boards. And of course, we need the funding and support to university and business for the creation of new curricula. So this is not for free. So we need the funding, and we need to receive some money to be able to do this kind of activities. Also, it would be nice if we could create new opportunities for industrial master programs, like example, the MBA or applied research programs that we can follow with their guidelines. And to develop cross-disciplinary projects connected graduate and postgraduate programs, focus on the jobs that we will experience in the future, like programs in artificial intelligence or programs about the climate change, and programs about green cities or smart cities and so on. And this is one example of what has happened in last month in my region and in my university. So we received one company, a Fee4Tech company, this company is planned to open a lithium mine and a treatment plant industry in Extremadura, in our region. So we saw that such an opportunity for university business cooperation, because for many years Extremadura has mainly first sectors factory and industry, we produce a lot of food, a lot of livestock, agricultural, but we have a problem with industry. So the second sector is less developed in our region, and this could be because we don't have industry. And but if we have the opportunity where a new mine of lithium is going to be open in our region, we have two alternatives. One alternative is that this industry, this business company, take the product, the lithium, and export the lithium to another region to manufacture the lithium and to fabricate batteries. Or we can implement also not only the lithium mine, but also the industry to fabricate the batteries of lithium here in our region. But for that, we need to train students about how to design and fabricate lithium batteries. So the opportunity, the lithium mine was an opportunity to perform a university business cooperation between the University of Extremadura and this industrial company. And then we developed a master program in which 30 professors from both the university and the professional business and industrial fields will cooperate, will teach to students about how to design and fabricate the batteries. So in that case, the second alternative will be excellent for our region, because we have the product, so we have the lithium, and then we can extract the lithium in our region, but we also will be able to form a new company, industry company, to develop, to design, to fabricate the lithium batteries. Okay, and this was also help in this master in the design and fabrication of batteries. This is the first year. It's going to be teach for students of the University of Extremadura in collaboration with this industry company, and it will be favor the internship in the industry mine caps facilities, and it is almost 50% of the modules are practice models. We have 6 theoretical models and 5 practice models in this master in battery design and manufacture. Another recommendation from the study that we presented is to develop, improve employment and recruitment pathways from higher education to employers, to promote the business that University Business Cooperation helps to identify and recruit the next workers, the future talent, as a way to encourage their involvement in the curriculum design and delivery. So if we tell the industry that you can find the future talent that you will need in your business company, we can promote them to participate in the curriculum design and delivery. But we can also provide tax deductions and other certain benefits for business that cooperate with the Higher Education Institute in designing lifelong learning activities and other study programs like bachelor, master, or doctoral programs, and of course to promote the internships within and external internships to the curricula. Okay, so there are many different activities that you should promote, also to engage employer groups and industry partners to investigate the possibility for making a dual study programs to combine other university educational work. And one example is the one that I previously showed you about this lithium mine and lithium industry in collaboration with the University of Extremadura. And also to seek opportunities to provide employees with lifelong learning programs. So why not to incorporate also to offer lifelong learning programs like professional courses and seminars to the people working in these industries and business sector, and then we can respond to their demands on a particular skill, on a particular training needs for the companies, and to provide funding for the creation of these lifelong learning or dual study programs, connecting students or higher education sector with the employers. Also, some other aims or ideas to embrace the university role in providing entrepreneurship education could be to facilitate the integration of entrepreneurs into the academic system, define programs, or reducing the internal regulations in the academia and the university that hinder the practitioners to work at the university. Also offering some courses on entrepreneurship and opportunities across faculties as both a means to coping with a flexible labor market, or also as a path to employment. And why not also to prepare and fund an entrepreneurial PhD, similar to industrial PhD, combining focus on research excellence and commercialization, marketing of research results. This will be very, very original and innovative. And for that, it was the origin and to provide the new service of support to the entrepreneurial initiative of the University of Extremadura. This service is quite new. I think it's quite young, no more than 3 years old now. And it has 4 main goals. The first one is retain talent and support it. One of the problems that we experience in our region is that, okay, we have the university, we teach our students, we form our students, that then we have the risk of these students, when they finish the graduate, they go out of our region looking for a job, depending on the economic situation. This is something that I think it was Dr. Hanganan who mentioned that on her presentation. That's one of the risks that they have at the university. Also, another goal of Sapien service is to promote the entrepreneurship and develop new entrepreneurial initiatives. They can also facilitate the knowledge exchange between the university and business, industry, and organisms, and to consolidate the research and development offer and services. So we have seen what, we have seen who, and now we are going to see how Sapien develop these goals. One of the things are the entrepreneurial skills course. These are a free training program to develop the skills for professional development of our students. And they prepare these courses in about 10 sessions, 30 hours. And the skills that they are developed in the students are the negotiation, teamwork, financial education, identification of opportunities, communication, project manager, creativity, and design sustainable business models. This Sapien service is very active, and they are also involved in some other programs, like the program Explorer, where it goes for 5 months to develop entrepreneurial skills in talents young between 18 and 51 years old on the leadership, on teamwork, and communication. This is co-financed, co-sponsored by Santander Bank, and they train in business model development across a co-working space and environment. They also provide personalized advice and the contact with the entrepreneurs, that they have been developed their ideas, they have developed and they are working in their own companies and in the business sector. And they grant travel to go to Silicon Valley and to know the entrepreneurs. And even there is a prize, an award of 80,000 euros for the development of the best idea among the students of this program. Also,
Dear Alfonso, I will again interrupt you. We will go to have, I think you should fix a short break. And
thank you. Yes, I need it. So maybe 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, 3 minutes is good. Yeah.
Okay, 3 minutes. 3 minutes of break. Okay.
I think yes.
Thank you very much.
O pauză. Revenim la ședință după o pauză scurtă și aș fi vrut această sesiune să o încep cu oferirea cuvântului domnului profesor Florentin Palade, care este expert în Reforma Învățământului Superior, membru a echipei noastre de experți ai Învățământului Superior, și vreau să-i mulțumesc în special dumnealui pentru că ideea acestui seminar a fost anume ideea înaintată de domnul Palade și, de fapt, pentru a ajunge la acest seminar astăzi, ideea a fost depusă practic 2 ani în urmă.
Sorry, I'm going to give the floor to Florentin Palade.
Era perioada aceasta de COVID, dar asta e. Ea ne-a întârziat cu un an întreg. Vă rog, domn Palade, vă mulțumesc foarte mult pentru că participați și pentru suportul dumneavoastră.
Și eu vă mulțumesc, doamna Claudia. Eu am să vorbesc în engleză, vreau să avem un dialog cu expertul nostru și respectiv voi trece la prezentarea în limba engleză. I would like to thank very much our National Erasmus Plus team, especially Dr. Claudia Melinti, for her kindness in organizing this very interesting seminar. Also, I learned and I was pleased to hear the presentation and how many contributions has so far Professor Marzal, and for so many kind and nice examples to follow up for our Moldovan universities. And also I would like to thank all participants, all attendees for first of all, for their interest and the time to attend the seminar, and to congratulate all of you, because today is World Science Day for Peace and Development, and on November 10th in Moldova each year there are many events, and I am sure that this seminar is one of the mainly, I would not say the most important, because it's most important, for example, for me and for Claudia, but one of the most important for us event during this day, World Science Day for Peace and Development. So I would like to share my screen because I have a PowerPoint presentation, but the time is very short. So I would like to give just a few ideas, maybe not for 25 minutes, but shorter, 15 minutes, so we can learn more from our expert today. And of course, I am available every time to interact with our Moldovan colleagues anytime. So I would like to share my screen and start my presentation. I'm sorry, I have some privacy settings here, so I have to switch to lower level. Okay.
Fine, don't worry. That's happened to me many times.
Yeah, thank you.
You think that you have everything ready, but never happens. So this is very useful in my life. This happens to me so well.
Okay, how about, okay, to be faster, if I send by email this presentation, can you, Claudia,
send to me.
start
Yeah,
from your
it is
computer?
possible. Yeah.
Okay, great, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
This will take a few minutes. Not yet.
Yeah, I'm sending right now. Okay, sent. Could you please check the inbox? You have both PDF and PPT files.
So I think this could take a few minutes.
Okay.
Maybe you will start your presentation, your discourse, and I will show the presentation just while I will receive it.
But did you get the message?
Not yet. I have it.
Okay, great. Maybe let's start now with PowerPoint presentation.
Do you see it?
Yes, great. Thanks a lot. Okay, so I would like to speak briefly about some aspects of a successful research-based education in case of universities in the Republic of Moldova. And this is, this is a study to emphasize some framework for implementing this research-based education, because in the Republic of Moldova, we think there are many universities and these universities are very different between each other. So in order to develop this research-based education framework, we should know how to pick up the most important element for each of us and to develop them in our institutional framework. That's why I would like to start with some ideas about how to better implement in every kind of university in the Republic of Moldova this research-based education, because there are so many nice examples, but some examples could be implemented in some universities, and other examples not so easy to do because of the difference between universities. So let's start with the next slide, please. So this is a funny cat. It looks like black cat in a dark room. is, you know, this phrase, because sometimes it's not so easy for us to understand how relates the research, in particular research-based education, with other activities in the university. So we know we have this kind of great research teams, and they are doing the research job and publish papers, but how could we relate better these activities with another activities in the university? So let's say the cat is research, and let's start to to turn the light on in the room and to see how the research could be related to different aspects of our academic life. So next slide, please. So in case of an innovative ecosystem, I would focus on three main components. So first of all is human resources. I like the saying that talent is how values are created, while culture is what encourages the creation of values. So human resources are the most important in an academic framework, and we should retain, as Professor Marzal said, retain talents in the academia and support them not only in teaching, but also to have their own research projects. And in such a way, we can be able to link the research and education. Just a very simple model. So material resources. Infrastructure is a material framework for creating values, while motivation highlights people who can create values in an entrepreneurial ecosystem. So without infrastructure, without a simple laboratory infrastructure, as Professor Marzal shown in the previous slides about his own research laboratory, it's impossible to make research, because the infrastructure means not only buildings, tables, and study rooms. It means more than this one. So investments. The third very important element of innovative ecosystem in academia refers to capital, which finances the creation of values, while success encourages investment for the next stage of achievements. So we need money. No money. I spoke during a conference with some of my colleagues from different countries, and some of them told that no money, no science. So without finance, without budget, without money, it's not possible to make a science. We just can say that, can feel that, okay, we are doing science at the level of academic department, at the level of faculty, but this is just a very low level. We should, as I was fond of saying of 2021 Nobel Prize laureate in physics, Professor Giorgio Parisi, this year, when he said that the science is a collective process. So people must interact between them, and what you are doing when are doing science must be recognized and approved by other scientists. So without money, it's impossible to do this collective activity. Just a few words about, so next slide, please, about these elements based on some examples. So human resources. Human resources, I am confident that the human resources are built in time. They need to be formed during a long time. And in the Republic of Moldova, we used to speak about the research schools. So here is a very classic example of a research school in theoretical physics founded in 1951. I am a member of this research school. I am a proud member of this research school. And so far there are more than 60 doctors and doctor habilitate in science belonging to this research school. So we can see this is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. This is more than 60 years of research activity. So we need time. A research school, performance research cannot be developed in several years. We need time, we need people, we need talents. Next slide, please. About material resources. So as I already said, material resources are very essential component of a research infrastructure. And I give you another example now. In 2018, we purchased AFM, atomic force microscopy, and we developed this research in our laboratories. And during this time, we applied this technique not only to the study of solid state materials, nanostructures, but also it's not surprising because the area is very large, to the study of environmental pollution. For example, I give some pictures about the particulate matter which are detected on the surface, on silica surface. We can see the sizes of these clusters, these conglomerates by using AFM, and we can in such a way not just to make some readings and then present some findings from different sources. We can do our own findings and present these findings during the international conferences, during the international workshops, seminars, and so on. So we need infrastructure, and research infrastructure is not just rooms, buildings. Also, it's research equipment. And I would say more, it's up-to-date research equipment. Next slide, please. So about investments. It's also a very difficult topic in case of the Republic of Moldova because we don't have a strong industry. Frankly speaking, it's not easy to find investors in our research activities or for our university. And in this case, I would say it's not easy, but it is possible. And I will give another example. In 2019, I had the opportunity to visit in Singapore the Center for Augmented and Virtual Reality and met there in April 2019 the COA and founder of Ion Reality, Mr. Dan Legerskar from United States, and we made an agreement. And in 2020, he put our university on his list for investments in March. And then in March 2021, we got a letter from Mr. Legerskar and with a proposal to build an augmented and virtual reality hub in Moldova with a great amount of investment from Ion Reality. So it's an example of a good practice, a good example about investment in academia and research and development, and on the relation between the university and industry. Because, as I said, it's not easy to find an investor in Moldova because of the level of our industrial development. We can look, and of course we will find out investors from European Union, from United States. So it is possible to do this because we have nice students. As I always said, we have the best students. So this is the most strong starting point during this discussion with potential investors. Next slide, please. About a few words about the structure of an innovative ecosystem. Usually we used to say about a golden triangle. So education, research, and innovation. I would like to add a quadrant here in industry, another one education, another one research, another one innovation. So each of these quadrants, it's important for an innovative ecosystem. And we learn about this during Professor Marzal's presentation today. Without interaction with professional association, in order to provide some innovative products and services on the national market, on the regional market, it's not possible to develop this innovative ecosystem. Another quadrants refers to, for example, education. We have all three levels: bachelor, master, and doctorate, professional training, also fabrication laboratories or fab labs. I would like to congratulate our colleagues from Technical University of Moldova, who has already developed this fab lab in their university. And I would like to invite all universities to participate in the activities in this fab lab, which refers to the education component. Research, of course, is the most important structure on the in the research organization is research laboratories. So in order to develop some performance research, we have to have a budget. We have to, in order to have budget, we have to have projects. So based on the research projects, the idea is to develop the research laboratories. And also this refers to the transfer of knowledge and technology developed during the research to the real economy sector. So first of all, the first step is patents. So to get patents, to have licensed those patents, and then the university can be an actor in the innovative ecosystem of the country by licensing those patents, which are intellectual property of the researchers or research groups, and of course of the university. Innovation. Regarding the innovation, one example could be the innovation incubator Inventica at the Moldova State University, Office for Technology Transfer. Between 2013 and 2016, we had a very interesting Erasmus Plus project, technology transfer network. It was a national project. During the implementation of this project, five universities in the Republic of Moldova developed their offices for technology transfer. So this is one of the most important, let's say, product of this Tempus project funded by European Union. And of course, about innovation. So the first step of, let's say, in the switching from research and economy, industry is creating the startups. So incubator, technology transfer office, TTO, could be the good platform for supporting these startups and developing these new ideas and technology in our economy. Next slide, please. Because I'm afraid of time already. It's okay.
It don't work. Next slide.
Don't work? Why? Should be working.
It's refused.
So my background picture was taken in during my trip in Moldova.
We'll try.
Yeah. Okay. So next slide. Okay. So research-based education. As I mentioned at the beginning, there are more than 30 universities in the Republic of Moldova. It's a big number for a small country, or small number of students. I would not like to say anything about the quality or performance as soon as our national agency support this. It's everything okay. So, but I would like to say that each university must find its own niche in this framework, so it can be easily and let's say easily for them to develop the concept of research-based education within their own framework. So let's start from on the right side. We have the idea based on the emphasis on research process and problems. And on the left, you see the idea which is focused on research content and innovation. On top, we have student-focused activities. On bottom, teacher-focused activities. So, depending on the level of the implementation of the research in each university, we could focus on, you see, the first quadrant, research-based education. The second quadrant, so up left, research tutored education. Third one, research-led education, and research-oriented is the fourth. So right bottom quadrant of this picture. So each kind of research-based, oriented, tutored, led has, let's say, their own recipes how to implement the research-based education. Of course, when the university has less research project, no research laboratories, so it's less probable that this university could be research-based or research-oriented. It's more likely to be focused on research-tutored or research-led. It's not my study. You can see the reference on the bottom of this slide. Next slide, please. So,
Professor Paladi, you have only 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So, based on these ideas, so we can develop, you can see on these green tabs, different activities for different kind of research-based, led, tutored, and so on. So I would like to say that transdisciplinary learning or development of transdisciplinary research is possible only, sorry for my strong confidence, but only for universities which have a strong research team, and we can link their research and make transdisciplinary studies. Next slide, please. So we have different actors in the innovative ecosystems: entrepreneurs, public sectors, private sectors, financial sector, or technology transfer networks, and each actor has his or her own reason or motivation to be integrated in this innovative ecosystem. For our academic environment, I selected just 2 motivations. First, a current mission of the university is to educate young entrepreneurs. And I always say that it's very important for us, because educating young entrepreneurs, even if they become researchers during their life, they can create startups and can be very active in the activities related to transfer of technology and knowledge to from research to economy. And another motivation could be many of our innovation fail to be implemented. So our researchers always complain, okay, I have so many patents, but nobody is interested to implement my patents. Okay, but the research is very nice that ends in patents. So next step, the researchers also should be focused on how to transfer these patents, how to make the licensing activities. And as we learned from Professor Marzal, it's very important to develop the entrepreneurial courses for our students in the university, so they could understand how these things works. Next slide, please. It's a case study based on IREX project in 2017 at the Moldova State University. We studied strengths and weaknesses and threats regarding the technology transfer, the university business interaction, and this is presented on the next slide, but because of the time I will skip. You will have this presentation on from our National Erasmus Plus office. Please next slides. Next. So this is just explaining this project. So I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I tried to make a bit lighter in the room so we can see how this research. So as I said, this black cat relates to our framework, to our environment, relating to different activities as a university. So we can now understand how better to place some activities so we get the final results as expected. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Paladi, for your intervention and for presenting the perspective of Moldovan University in general and Moldova State University especially.
Thank you.
Dear Professor Marzal, the floor is yours now for the last intervention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Dr. Paladi. Very interesting talk. Many strange slides. I take many pictures about your slides. Thank you.
Thank you. I can share it with you after the meeting. Thank you.
We will share all presentation.
Okay, so let's go on. I haven't, sorry. I need to first to share my screen. Okay. And let's go on with a different entrepreneurial initiative. In this UX University of Extremadura program, Emprende, it's about the workshop to identify and design business model based on the graduate and master thesis from his students. So we identify those theses that they can develop as entrepreneurship projects to promote the scientific and innovative entrepreneurship at the UX, and to provide new solutions to the environment, to be environment friendly in these solutions. More ideas and more activities promoted by Sapien Service is the Team Lab 2020 program, the Industrial Entrepreneurship, a program for employment with people with disabilities, which is very important to have inclusive employment programs, and also some mobility grants and training programs on digital transformation and entrepreneurship for the curriculum development and extracurricular internship and lifelong learning courses and industrial doctorates and teaching innovation projects and entrepreneurship projects. So all of these activities can be, you can get further information on the web page of Sapien. And some indicators about the participation in 2020, the last year. So more than 600 participants in these programs, and in the lifelong learning activities in our university have been more than 2,600 students have been participating on almost 400 docents. And mainly they were on postgraduate courses or professional expert courses, and some on the master students. Also, very important, 40% of the activities were performed about courses of lifelong learning activities to aim to workers, to people, professional people that work on business sector. Which is the simple way to start promotion of the entrepreneurship in the University Business Corporation, probably the sponsorship of these programs that we have seen, and the staff participation in the entrepreneurship workshop and engaging with the startups as mentors. So this could be very, very nice to embrace the university sector as a potential shop of teaching about entrepreneurial. And another program is the program Impact, which is taken into reality with 5 training sessions, both online to face-to-face sessions, to training, advice, and awards to launch a sustainable development idea in line with the sustainable development goals of the planet. It is called an responsible entrepreneurship. Also, it has been performed one summer entrepreneurial campus that was online and face-to-face training, that it was aimed to students, but also to professors and researchers, in which the people present their project to investors in a simulation of an investment forum for EBITs. In the last edition, there were 8 innovative projects that they participate in this summer entrepreneurial campus. So what else? What more can we do? We can also make available the entrepreneurship programs and facilitate at the universities to business to promote the connection with the university and with the external partners, and also to develop a more entrepreneurial thinking in the business. So what does it mean? It means that I studied university biology. I was training in research, but I was never trained in entrepreneurial thinking. I was never training about the University Business Corporation. I was never training to think about how to transfer knowledge to the industry and to other sectors. So this is important nowadays to take into account. And in 1912, I think it was launched the Foundation Fundación Scientific and Technological Park of Extremadura. This is a very important foundation that we have in the university campus to promote the knowledge exchange through meetings and information days about the calls and support programs from research and development and innovation, and also the promotion of new technology-based companies. During the last 3 years, more than 220 projects have been supported by the Fundación Scientific and Technological Park, and 230 business and industry companies cooperate with research centers, because this scientific and technological park creates the perfect environment to promote the university business cooperation, and more than 660 research and innovation different initiatives have been supported during this time. This scientific part has 5 main aims or lines or axes of action. The action 1 is promotion of research and development and transfer. The action 2 is the implementation and evaluation of the regional strategy to focus on the main goals for the regional development. The actuation number 3, the 3 axes, the axis number 3 is the European International Research Project Call. 4 is dissemination of science and technology. And the last X of action is the communication and the dissemination of the innovation office. Just to briefly show you some numbers about each of these actions. And the promotion of research and development and transfer, they have involved more than 230 companies in cooperation with research centers and research groups. More than 430 supported projects, and they facilitate the connection between companies and technological suppliers in more than 300 occasions, and also the new technological based initiative. So, and you can see in the graphs the number of companies in cooperation with research center and the supported R+D+I projects, and the companies supported by these processes have been significantly increased during the last years. And the most important thing is that in green you have the expected values. Sorry, in gray you have the expected values, and in green the values the obtained values. So the reality was higher than our expectancies, so which was very, very good. These people are really involved in the promotion of the university and business cooperation. In the implementation and evaluation of regional strategy, they perform more than 30 meetings, and they have prepared 4 reports of evaluation about how is going on. And between this year, this number of meetings, 34 meetings, were organized with the working groups that they were made up of representative of companies, but also researchers, public administration, and other stakeholders. And you can see also that the number of agents has increased significantly for about 60 agents involved in 2017 until 175 agents involved in 2020. In the axis number 3 about the European International Research Project Call, so they are working really hard on that axis. They have a really high promotion and orientation towards the European research innovation with many programs and initiatives. And they have organized many meetings, and they have performed a new office for European projects. So this is this office was originally belonged to this axis and to scientific part, but because it has increased a lot, and because of the importance of the collaborations in the European projects, this office has gone outside now, and it's independent, and it's increasingly growing during the last year. In the dissemination of science and technology, you can see that besides although the first year were not really successful, it has significantly increased in the number of participants, researchers in the last year. They have participated in almost 100 scientific dissemination activities. And finally, they communicate and disseminate their things in many media, both in press media, but also in TV, in radio programs, in social network, and internet channels and so on. So we have seen the key findings of university business cooperation, but what about the barriers and what about the factors, the drivers, the factors promoting the cooperation between university and business? Again, going back to this survey that we are focused on this part, we can see that all the actors, academics, higher education institute managers and business blame to lack of funding and resources as one of the main barriers for university business cooperation. And this is something that all the participants today showing their ideas and their results have considered. So resources are very, very important. But also the bureaucracy and lack of work time is very important for academics, because there are, in Iceland and Spain, there is a huge bureaucracy related to promote university business cooperation, and we don't have too much time, so we don't have to time. And you see, it's also important to highlight that many people in business sector think that the lack of people with business knowledge within university is another barrier for the cooperation, and this is true. As I told you before, so I never was training to university business cooperation. I was never training to entrepreneurial experience and so on. So this is something that we should work in our universities since the first moment in the higher education studies. So the drivers incorporate both the motivators, so the reasons to cooperate, as well as the factors that support the university and industry to cooperate in a successful way, so the facilitators. So where we should aim to? We should aim to the motivations for university and business cooperation for academics are the research insight and the research into society as the main motivators for us. And for managers of higher education institute is to get funding and the graduate employability and the use of research in practice. And for business, these motivators are the innovation process to access to future perspective, the access to talent people, and Dr. Paladi mentioned before that the human resources, talent resources are very important in this process of university business cooperation, and the competitive advantage they will be able to develop when they collaborate with university. But what about the facilitators? It's very interesting that all of us, academic, managers, and business, agree that the need of a mutual trust is the first facilitator. So this is something that we talk about in the first moment, in the first minutes of our day to day. So we need to create a good environment of mutual trust, of a good trust between all of us to participate and to implement the cooperation, and also to look for a common interest and goals. So the policies, national, regional, and European policies should favor to create the environment where the barriers are low and the drivers are high. But this is not very common in Europe nowadays. So you can see in that graph, the barriers are drivers, and the favorable UBC environments are those when drivers are higher than barriers. So in blue, or that part, mainly the Nordic countries. And the unfavorable environments where the barriers are higher than drivers are those parts. So we should focus and work hardly to go from this environment to this blue environment. So the policy is to focus on develop drivers and removing barriers. And who should develop these policies? The government, the universities, and business. All of us should develop this kind of policies. And what we can recommend to create this favorable UBC environment. First, we can create higher opportunities for both academics and business people to develop trust and confidence environment and UB experience. Why not to provide first small fundings opportunities to begin new relationship and to building this trust and delivering a small output. So just to concrete a small output in common and to build the mutual trust between business and university, and to spend time at the start of collaborative projects to create the processes which align aims and expectations. So business aims and expectations are this one, university business and expectation are different one. So we should create the processes to link and to share the aims and expectations and to define what kind of deliverables for both business and academia will be important to develop. But business is formed from people, and these people come from academia, come from university. So one way to implement this UBC University Business Cooperation will be to reconnect with our already existing relationship for the cooperation. So we have many students, many alumni, many past master and PhD students who are now in industry. So why not to contact? Why not to create a networking or a net to know to reconnect each other again? And for that, so this is how. And how we do it in the university. So this is just the recently created Alumni UX. It's a broad community with the mission of retaining talent in Extremadura, and it is aimed for staff, students, postgraduate students, and institutions belong to the University of Extremadura to link the university society through the participation of the UX community and make visible the potential of the university community, and to create a meeting point among all of us to facilitate the networks between the professionals and alumni from the UX and guidance in the process of finding the first job to improve the employability. Also, we should develop opportunities for greater professional mobility, like change the professional staff from business, postgraduate, PhD, postdoctoral, research staff and academics from higher education institutes to go on and to provoke the exchange from university to business and from business to university. So for
Professor Marzal, you have 5 minutes here. 5 minutes.
Okay, so I should, yeah, sorry for that.
If you could, yeah.
Yeah, just how we can do it. We can promote the short-term mobilities, the PhD component to interact with business and to make regulation easier, like the recognition of employment length or the work developed during in the other sector, in the business or in the academia. To use the social media tools and to promote the student internship. So some examples, you can see the scientific outreach service, where innovative ways and structure for communicating scientific discoveries. For instance, this is the Twitter web page of my lab, where we can implement and show the scientific outreach. Also, the promotion of UX in social media, of the rector, of the pro-rectors, of the Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, ResearchGate, Virtual Campus, and so on. Also, to promote the knowledge transfer and to involve the knowledge transfer professional in the research processes. And for that, we, for instance, every time we write a research project in a national or regional call for fundings, we are mandatory to one section, to complete one section, to complement one section. It is the expected scientific and technical impact. So in other words, is how to incorporate our research results on the quadrangle that Dr. Paladi previously showed. So, which is the importance of our results on the education, for innovation, for industry. So we have to incorporate many different parts now in our research projects to show which is the expected scientific and technical impact, and also the economic and social impact, and a plan, including a plan for dissemination of the result, which is very important. Nowadays, it has increased the importance, and the number of points in the evaluation have significantly increased in the last years. Also, we have to search for funding opportunities and benefits for both academia and business. For instance, we can reduce the teaching time and promote the salary bonuses, as we saw in the second presentation. And then you can see several examples of different universities. This is, for instance, University of Extremadura, how they reduce teaching time. This is from University of Extremadura, and this example is from University of Almeria, when they can reduce the teaching time depending on the academic management, or complement with the teaching duties, or to be active in the union representation, or between the age, or between the relevant research activities, including knowledge research. So then I will show you several slides, and I think you can easily understand how you can reduce your teaching times in the University of Almeria, about the complementary teaching duties, to be active in the union of representation, academic management, or research and knowledge transfer, which is very important. So you can reduce from 20 hours to 60 hours per year of reduction in the teaching time. Also, to minimize the bureaucracy. Remember, the bureaucracy was of the first barriers for academics. And I can show you here some examples from the University of Extremadura. These project managers is very important for us. The main goals of these project managers is to increase the raising fundings for research activities and development activities, and to promote and assist the knowledge transfer of research results. They should know our curricula. They belong to our research group, and this is the link between our research group and business company. So they should know in which aspect do we work, which are our capacities, and which are our aims, and to meet with the needs of some business companies. Okay, this is the project manager profile and the skills that they should have. And the functions are: find new opportunities for funding, to create and maintain the relationship with public and private organisms, to prepare and help in the management and the preparation of the projects, to monitoring, the justification, the economic justification and management of the project, which is very important. In other words, to reduce the bureaucracy that we have to face when we are management the project, the research project. Okay, so what else? To improve cross-cultural understanding between the academic and business environment. We can do many different things here. But I was just to focus in 2 minutes about the service for the management and transfer of research results in my university. This is, confidently, I can say that this is one of the most important service that we have in my university, in my opinion. I am a teacher, I am a researcher, and this is extremely important for us. This service has two different areas or sections, the research management section and the knowledge transfer section. In the research, the functions of the service are these 7, which is to identify and disseminate the scientific and technical offer, to establish and facilitate and develop the relation, to manage the transfer of research results, and to manage the agreements and contracts of research between business and university, and to have the database of researchers and research groups updated, and to inform us about calls and financial projects and grants and so on, and to manage the industrial properties rights in the valorization unit. The research management section is mainly focused into control and manage the research projects, and the knowledge transfer section has 2 different units. One is about the contracts between the research groups from the university and business and industry companies, how to articulate these contracts, and also the calls from collaborative project between university and companies, and the valorization units is aimed to the protection of outreach results and scientific results, spin-off companies, the technological offer of the UX, and the technological demand from the business to the university. You can find the technological offer here. There are more than 700 patents, models, and technological offer that we have in our university, and the companies can find them, this technological offer, by that direct search. And with the aim of this service, our scientific productivity has significantly increased during the last 20 years in the number of publications, in the number of projects and contracts, and the properties, industrial properties. Also, the technological sector present in the patents and utility model of the US have significantly increased. And the number of applications for industrial protections have also significantly increased since the creation of the service for the management and transfer of research result service. So in a few words, it makes our life easy. And this is the evolution of research results. And in numbers, the annual average for the recruitment of competitive funds is about 9.5 million euros per year. And from non-competitive funds, just like companies, contracts with companies, and so on, is more than 2 million euros. And then the total research and development recruitment in the last 30 years, it's about 100 million euros from about 4,500 contracts with business and industry. We have a huge number in the ranking of patents requests and application in Spain. The University of Extremadura is number 17. And we also have the Icaro job office, where students, companies, and NGOs can find the perfect environment to find and to meet their needs. There are 12 workshops offered to students about the orientation and the competence and entrepreneurship. For instance, to show them how to prepare a meeting with a company, or how to find a job. And if you are a company or an NGO and you need to incorporate talent people, just you can contact with this portal, and they will show you, they will link the students with companies and NGOs. Also, last year we developed the Impulso Virtual. This was an innovative employment and entrepreneurship fair where we encourage students to participate and to find new job opportunities. And we provide the companies the direct access to candidates with very interesting professional profiles.
Last several words.
Yes, last words. Good. So this is just the recommended references from these two main studies I've been showing during the last hours, and just more information and useful links that you can find more information. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much for your participation today. And if there is any question, I am really honored to help you.
Thank you very much for your great work, Dr. Marzal, for your very interesting and diverse and very wide information and detailed information. And I think all this presentation will be presented to our participant or to our audience, as well as the recording of these sessions. We have one more question. So the question is, could you provide a general overview of the dual study programs implemented at your university? Please describe briefly the existing models of dual education at the University Extremadura, if possible. Please.
Yeah, the existing model from dual teaching, I think that you are referring to the incorporation of business people on the programs and courses of the university. Mm-hmm. Yes, the overview was I think more or less in these numbers. Let's see if I can show you the participants of business people in the activities. So this one, more or less, I don't know if you can see it. Just one moment. Is this lifelong learning activity? So you can see that many people was participating in these lifelong learning activities from industry, and also we have oh, sorry, well, I can see you. So no,
we see the slide.
Okay, you see the slide. Okay, but so but I cannot see you in my screen. I don't know what happened. So also because we have many associate professors, associate teachers that they're not associate professors. They are people. They work in business industry, and they also work as a teachers in the degrees and master programs of the university. And also we promote the internships for students, and they go to make some extracurricular practices of business and industry companies during the summertime and even during the teachers. So they are involved in all the activities have been shown for University Business Corporation. They are involved in them. Of course, they should be involved in a high number, but for that, I think relaxing of the things that they need to incorporate at the university is one of the most important things to focus and to work on that.
So the result of this dual study program is a double qualification. I think this is the diploma, I think, yes? A specific diploma.
Okay, you have, if you take part in these courses, you will get a diploma stating that you have been participating in this activity from the business and from the university, of course, and it is still that. So if one student from University of Extremadura participate in one internship with a business sector, yes, they receive a diploma or accreditation that he or she developed some hours in the business company, and it has been qualified for that and that and that and that activity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation and for your answers to questions. I think and hope you will have and you will receive many other questions in your mail and many proposals to cooperate with Moldovan University in the future. And I think it will be possible in the future to have common joint program and participation in Erasmus Plus project. Why not?
Yes,
So thank you very much again. And thank you very much for all participants. As I said, all presentation will be sent to all participants in the few days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for all the participants. And I will also thank you to the translator, people who was promoted translation, because I think it has not been easy, especially in the last 10 minutes when I was so fast speaking English. So I appreciate your help and thank you very much to all of you. I was very pleased and honored by your invitation. And I am sure that this is just the first step of a future collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And indeed, thank you to our interpreter.